First on the agenda is to approve the minutes of last week dated, February 1st.
So it would be,
February 21st, sorry. February 21st. Is that right?
February.
Yes, Tuesday.
Tuesday,
February
February 21st.
That's Tuesday, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
I so moved. Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. 4, 1 absent. Move to our miscellaneous motions. Move to authorize direct the chairman to sign agricultural risk coverage, county option ARC-CO, the price loss coverage PLC, election to cover contract through the Farm Service Agency under the USDA.
What's that?
That is some land that someone is actually, I guess, farming somewhere near around Wolf Creek.
Oh, for,
And,
Okay.
and they've never participated in this before, but they've chosen to this year, and so I guess it's like whatever their,
is it insurance?
yeah, it's basically insurance, so
Insurance.
if they don't, produce enough, then the Farm
Okay.
Service Agency will pay them.
I'll make that motion.
I'd second that.
Steve's moved, Thompson seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. On the recommendation of Burlington Township Board, move to appoint Scott A. Burke as clerk of Burlington Township, effective immediately, to fill an expired term.
I so move.
I'll second.
Moved by Thompson, seconded by McCurry. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4. Move to authorize direct the chairman to sign Coffee County Health Environmental Department Table of Organization 2023, effective February 21st, 2023.
I so moved.
I'll second that.
Meets moved. Yeah, Thompson seconded. Move to authorize direct the chairman to sign Environmental Health Department job description effective February 21st, 2023.
I'll move.
McCurry moves. All second. Any discussion?
Didn't vote on that
We
one.
didn't vote on that.
Oh, we didn't vote on the other one? All right, my
Catch,
bad.
catch 2 for 1.
Yeah, do 2 for 1. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4. Both motions passed 4.
See how Mark writes that up.
Yeah. Retreat, no problem. Okay, move to authorize direct the chairman to sign CP2 for Carl Lee, transferring positions from Health Department Administrator to Environmental Health Department Director, full-time within the same department, no wage classification change, effective 2/21/23.
I so move.
Thompson moved,
I'll second.
McCreary seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Move to authorize direct the chairman to sign the State of Kansas Department of Health and Environment grant application, sign page for participation in various grant programs. That was one that was talked about last week.
Yeah, it's one they do every year.
Oh,
Okay.
I'll move.
I'll second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Yes, 35 will be out of service for maintenance today.
Move to authorize direct the chairman to sign the updated public health administrator's job description dated February 27, 2023.
I'll move.
I'll second.
Moves, McCurry seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. We're waiting on those rest of those,
Yeah.
aren't we?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. 9:05, Coffee County Hospital Administration, Jobin.
Right on time.
Right on time, 1 minute.
Well, as you already noticed, Judy Reese is with us as our board chair today. So, today I was going to go over 2022, review of 2022, but it was a good year. I do want us to not forget the great contributors that the hospital does to our community, but also the wonderful care that delivers. And over the weekend, I did receive an email. It was a Facebook posting that someone forwarded to me. I did change the names up just a bit, but I think it sums up the hospital nicely of kind of the care that we deliver. And so it goes like this. Thursday, Jenny got sick, and it was a long night, and Sam and I took Jenny to the ER. She was a sick lady and got admitted to the hospital. Let me tell you, from the ER staff, the nurses, CNAs, cleaning ladies, x-ray techs, CT staff, kitchen staff, and just all those who took care of Jenny, what a wonderful experience and great outcome. For being a small town and a smaller hospital, we have fantastic staff, and I think that sums up the hospital in a whole. It was a great year. We have great quality at our hospital, and so we'll jump into some reviews of 2022, and before that, I just wanted to give some updates on some bigger projects. I know a couple of you will remember all last year we talked about the MRI and the EMR, our medical record system. So updates on those, just like many things in today's world, our EMR has been delayed or on delivery numerous times. The last information that we got from Philips, the company that the MRI is coming from, and does look pretty strong, but it does delivery date has been delayed till March the 27th. So that would take about 2 weeks to, once we get installed, 2 weeks to for education of the staff. So about end of April, we should be looking at scanning our first patient. And just a reminder, a few things. Our current MRI is past end of life. It still functions and runs smoothly, but we have to move forward, as we've talked about before, with a new one because of service and agreements. It is in a semi-trailer, and we are moving it into the building, so it'll be stationary. A few other updates. It is going to be the most state-of-the-art MRI in the area. It also has a larger bore, the circle, so people who are a little larger or are claustrophobic, it helps with that. Also, feet first, head first, so you can go either direction. Previously, in most MRIs nowadays, you have to go head first, no matter which part of your body. So that will help also with claustrophobic patients as well. We'll also be providing new services that we haven't provided here before, for example, breast and prostate. This will help our patients stay here, our community members stay home. And so we're excited to have that hopefully by the end of April. Just a couple other notes on this. We are going to be leasing this equipment to own. So it is an 84-month payment plan, which is typical in a lot of facilities with such equipment like this. The construction cost was $1.155 million for where the MRI is going to go in our hospital. Our EMR is our electronic medical record. After a couple of delays there, we did go live January 1st of 2023. It was a very smooth conversion. We had the typical issues. The printers didn't connect to this printer, and this printer didn't connect to that computer. But those were easy fixes. Overall, it was very successful. There's still work behind the scenes going on, but otherwise, everything's running well. So we went with a program called Meditech, and that program alone last year cost us to get everything going and up and going $1.7 million. This didn't include the cost of training our staff or updating some of our IT systems. Last year, we did spend additional $884,000 updating our organizations with switches, Wi-Fi access, IT security, printers, monitors, and just upkeeps that haven't been happening over the years before. Any updates, questions there?
So this Meditech, is it, I'm trying to go back in my foggy memory.
Yep.
Is it shared with Lyon County?
So it would have cost us about another $1.2 million if we went straight to Meditech. going under the umbrella of Newman's Regional Hospital, which is totally separated. We just went under their umbrella. They don't see our patients, we don't see their patients. It is common in all the EMR providers that some hospitals, smaller like us, can go under umbrella of other hospitals, but
So is a transfer of medical records easier to do it that way? Because a lot of them get
Yes.
referred out of Burlington to Emporia, or
Correct.
wherever.
Yep.
Is it easier to
so yeah,
transfer
that's
that?
any with any Meditech anywhere in the United States, or Epic, the other vendors out there. There's other ones, yeah.
So Newman's has their own Meditech
Correct.
license, and Coffee County has
Correct.
their own. It wasn't a shared combined type
No.
venture. It was just, we're going in underneath
Yep.
there too.
We save money. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So no one, we don't see their patients, they don't see ours.
Right.
Everything will have, of course, Coffee Health System on the top, things like that. We made our own templates, we made our own, our physicians put in their own favorites and templates and things like that. Yep.
Joven, on the MRI of 1.1 million, and construction cost of 1.7, and $800,000 other updates, that's about 3.6 million. Did you have the funds readily available to take care of that on?
So it's been a tough year. It's been a busy year. You know, I'll hand out in just a second the overall 2022.
Okay.
You'll see we did have a good year. We ended out a good year. We did have some grants, of course.
I was going to ask you if you had
Some of that, not all of that. And I will tell you, I was going to say at the end, because we're working hard again on grants. The extra government grants, the COVID grants, those are all dried up. And so there's nothing coming out like that right now. We constantly are on calls with our financial accountants and stuff. If there's anything new coming out, let us know, but nothing yet.
Yeah.
But some of that was through grants, yes. And then just the meadows here in town, we've talked about this a few times. I thought it was important to bring it up, and it is our assisted living here in town. And just a reminder there, it is 24 apartments. When I was here last time, in I think October, we had 10 apartments filled. The time before I was here, we had 7. Today, we currently have 16 filled with 5 potential residents that are looking at coming this direction. Interesting fact, we have a couple of potential residents, one looking from Florida and one looking from Texas, and then, of course, a few from the surrounding area. Last fall, last year, we did do a rate increase, which was our first rate adjustment for 6 years. 2021, we did lose $426,000 in our meadows. Last year, we lost $249,000, which was a 42% improvement. And I do foresee this year is coming on strong. I feel like we'll get very close to break even, if not exceed break even. So it looks good. We did make some great changes last year, I think.
If you get it full, that'll make a major difference on the bottom line.
It will be. It will be. And we've you know, as you've heard me say over the last year, we've made a lot of changes to how staffing, we wear multiple hats, of course, how we order supplies, how we order food. If we all order together, it's cheaper, right? And if we don't order multiple times a week and order once a week, we save on those fuel charges and minimum fees, stuff like that. And so we've made a lot of changes over the last year to kind of watch the weight, if you want to say. So now I'll go over 2022. So as you'll see coming across is the overall numbers for, I think this was a spreadsheet that we started making when I first got here that kind of explains it more by the different areas of the facility, and I think it's easier to read. So I'll kind of go over some highlights of that page as it comes around, and then some of the things that are not on there, but I'll give some updates, kind of some of the details within that page. We saw an increase in deliveries from previous year. Last year we did. If we keep this current year rate going, and our deliveries will exceed the last 6 years, so good news there. Emergency room visits were up by 10% last year from previous year. It's our busiest year since 2018. We did see an increase, although, in staff turnover last year. A lot of that was mostly due to staff moving out of our region or changing careers in general. I will say this area has stabilized in the last few months, so good news there. People are staying. Both our lab and imaging volumes were up from previous year. Our volunteers volunteered over 2,700 hours. We hired our first general surgeon since 2011. While we did have a group that came down here 2 to 3 times a month, we still struggled getting patients seen timely. There were some patients having to go elsewhere. There was procedures they couldn't do here because they're only here for 1 day, and so they wouldn't be able to do a procedure, and if the patient was admitted, things like that. So we're very excited that Dr. Brown, not like the Dr. Brown we already have, but Dr. Todd Brown is here. He works 3 days 1 week, 4 days the next. He can ramp up if volumes tend to start to show increase there. So that's good for our community, keeps our patients here and our loved ones. Bad debt. We did write off last year $1.256 million in bad debt. People can't pay their bills, can't pay all their bills. $1.256 million. Now that was $200,000 less than we budgeted, so that was good. And it was also $176,000 less than 2021. So our team in finance and billing work really close with our patients and families, and try to provide them many options to pay their bills. And so they do a good job in there. But unfortunately, it was $1.256 million. And then after a very expensive year, as you already pointed out, Mr. Meats, is in IT and MRI. The year ended well, as you can see at the bottom right, at a plus of $400 and some thousand with very limited grant money, as you can see as well on there. Our year, but the nice thing to point out too is, as we watch our expenses, as I mentioned earlier, we do watch our expenses. Our operating expenses was $1.15 million lower than what we budgeted for, and then also $721,000 lower than previous year. So again, the hospital and the team and the whole staff as a whole, we constantly talk about looking for waste, how to eliminate waste, how to improve revenues, how to watch overtime, things like that. Last year we were also in more community events than we've been in a long time, mostly the last few years because of COVID, but we definitely, my style is I believe we need to get back in the communities and be involved in our communities. We were in over 20 community events, from parades, blood draw fairs, schools and job fairs, Halloween events, Easter events. We brought back the Women's Health Fair last year. This year we'll bring back the health fair in general that we do every year as well. Last year we were also recognized as the top critical access hospital in the nation, top 100. We also were recognized as the nation's top 20 critical access hospital for quality. So I think overall it was a great year. It's a tough year because of all the changes with not only myself, but with EMR, Meditech, just a variety of other expenses. That was an expensive year. Before I move on, any questions there?
The results of a good year looks fantastic, gentlemen.
This year will be tough.
Every year is going to be tough, I'm
yes.
sure.
It looks like the clinics are doing well.
Yes. We see on an average day about 145 patients in our clinics. Our clinics are busy. Each phone in that clinic, that's how many phone calls? 115, I think, phone calls a day, going in and out. It's very busy.
I know Waverly is busy all the time.
Mm-hmm. Yep. They're doing good. So just a few updates and for 2023, as we are already going into March here very soon. Dermatology, I will tell you, in my year and a half I've been here, dermatology was here. They were only here 1 day a month. It was 3 and 4 months out for the next available appointment. But I get asked more times, when are you bringing dermatology back? So good news, April the 25th, we'll have our first dermatology back on campus, and we're partnering with Rick's Advanced Dermatology out of Topeka. Right now they're going to come 2 Tuesdays a month, but we're moving to 4 Tuesdays once we get things settled in and staffing, of course. This is definitely an improvement over last year, when we only had them, like I said, once a month at that. We are continuing to look for orthopedic surgeons. We've brought on site a couple of people for interviews and things like that. We are visiting, those didn't work out. We are visiting with a candidate out of Western Kansas who is interested in this side of the state and interested in us. We've had a few phone calls with him. It does look promising, and so we're looking at bringing him out for a site visit for a couple of days and meeting the team and us in general. We definitely look forward for the opportunities for the industrial park up north, what that might bring, and you know, we have a big year ahead of us again with just bringing in the MRI, getting that finished and up. I think this is going to be a big year to just kind of focus on our business as a whole and kind of letting things settle this year. And otherwise, we look forward to this year. Any questions so far?
Back on the MRI,
Mm-hmm.
the portable machine that you have, did you trade that in?
Correct.
You just traded that in?
It will be, yes, it was part of the trade.
Okay, all right.
Mhm. Now, the actual semi itself, it
Right.
was ours, and we sold that on
Okay.
Purple Wave
Right.
last year.
Right, okay.
Yeah, but it was part of our trade-in. The unit itself is, the MRI unit itself is $858,000 for that MRI unit. And so that was after the trade-in.
Right, right.
Sure, the trade-in wasn't very much.
Not much, no, it's an old system. Yeah, but we try everything. We're looking at what we call a C-arm. It's a special X-ray piece of equipment, and we have some older equipment. We're looking at trading some of that in and to.
But you'd had that MRI machine for, I mean, a good number of years, if I.
So actually, yes. So actually, ours actually totally broke down last year beyond repair.
Yeah, okay.
And so since there was delays in getting our MRI and we had a service agreement, they had to provide us this current one. So it's much newer than our old one. But yes, they had to provide that one. So we've had this one for a year.
Okay.
This year, again, we'll focus on mostly just getting back to our main business, but we do need to look at our EMS area. Our EMS bays or living quarters have not been really updated since they built them in the 90s. We've gone in last year and updated the kitchen appliances. This year we put in new carpet, new tile in the kitchen, but we definitely need to kind of move away. If you all remember, it's the Murphy bed style. It's 2 big rooms with beds that come down. Wasn't really working well in the COVID world of things. You can't sleep 2 feet from each other, and we did have an outbreak of COVID last year, so we now have our staff spread out through the whole facility. So this year we do need to kind of continue to look at the future for our EMS living quarters as well and what that might look like.
Do you think that can be done on campus, or is this going to have to be a total different location?
We can do it I think on campus. I think there's some places that we've talked about. We already have some sketches drawn up. Bobby introduced us to a architect last year, and she drew us up some sketches what that looked like. And so,
Where are they at now currently?
in the ER.
Okay.
So right where all the bays are for the ambulances, you come in through those, and there's sleeping quarters is on the north
Okay.
of that
That's
building.
where I figured they were.
Yeah.
But I didn't know.
It's tight. We have 2 teams, and then sometimes we have a student. It can be pretty tight.
Jovan Fisher, like the MRI and reconstruction of the building to meet it, are you looking at any major expenses for this year, or major equipment updates, or
Well,
be it a year that maybe your expenses will be lower also?
that's what we're hoping, just to kind of just settle and let the dust settle. Our new general surgeon hasn't asked for a lot of toys, and I say that because a lot of surgeons want new stuff, or they want stuff that they're used to. He's been very flexible and he'll use what we want or what we have. Now, if we do recruit a orthopedic surgeon, there are some things that we do need. One of our OR beds, tables, we need to update a new one of those. Those are $50,000 to $80,000. Hopefully, we don't have any air conditioning problems. I will say on the Meadows in 2019, I think I mentioned this last time, we had a hailstorm, and no one really addressed the roofs of our buildings, and that building leaks, and so in certain places. And so we've had our insurance provider from 2019 come out probably a couple months ago, and it is a total loss. So during that evaluation of the roof, our units on the roof, there was about 10 that also will get replaced, our heating and air units, which is great because they're all original.
Because of the hail.
Yes, because of the hailstorms, yeah. They can't go in and comb the coils, it's beyond that, so.
What's your expected cost on your share of that?
Our deductible is $50,000.
50?
Mm-hmm.
So that's all you're gonna be out on, putting the roof and?
Correct.
And the new unit.
Guttering.
Pretty cheap.
Guttering.
It is.
Yeah. It was interesting why we didn't look at it before. Although there's different interests, sometimes it's $100,000 deductible, sometimes it's all the buildings could be $100,000. Ours is, at that time, was $50 per building. And so, we did look at all our buildings, most everything else,
So the insurance didn't have any problems coming back in and
No.
readdressing or anything?
No.
That's great,
because it was during that time, yeah.
that's great.
Yeah.
When do you expect that to take place?
Well, delays in material.
Imagine that.
We've been meeting with them for about 3 months, and so the last delay is the units on the roof themselves. Otherwise, probably in the next couple of weeks, we'll need to work with the residents and kind of to talk about work time and how loud it will be and how many days that will last. So that's our next step. We haven't had a date established yet.
Okay, thank you.
But soon, we hope.
Sometime in the last 2 or 3 months, I understand you've had a change in your CFO,
Correct.
and now you've got an interim CEO. Will that person move in to be a permanent, or you
So-
just got that position open?
So we were going to bring Bill today. So Bill Little is our new CFO.
Okay,
And we did have an interim that came in and helped us out for a couple of months. We did a handful of interviews, I think, 5 to 6, brought 3 people out. And so Bill's been with us. He came down from South Texas, close between Houston and South Padre. They bought a house a couple of weeks ago here in town. They'll be moving everything up soon. Unfortunately, he couldn't come today, but he'll be here for May the 22nd, because that's where we're going to have our next review and our 2024 budget review. And so he'll be here for sure then. We did have a lot of changes at that time, and I know there was some rumbles in the community because of our CFO resigned, but also Terry Tweedy, my assistant, retired after 43 years, and so unfortunately the timing of all that happened around the same time. But Terry still comes; she's coming in today to help us a bit, wrap up some things, and so we're glad for her to move that forward to the next chapter. So, but we did replace Terry with Rhonda Beats, who was the county clerk up in Osage for 23 years.
Is staffing continue to be a little bit of an issue, or you pretty well fully staffed? You're always gonna have turnover when you got 200 and some employees. But
Correct. So we've struggled in Waverly with the nurse there who was there 6 or 8 months. She decided the commute was long and she wanted to move back or get a position back up in the Osage area. And so we have hired a person for there. We struggle, yes, through the system-wide, we're down 15 full-time FTEs, and that includes housekeeping, kitchen staff. We did go through a long stretch of very difficult time trying to find cooks, housekeeping. Those have pretty well stabilized. Overall, we've stabled. We still have a couple of travelers or agency staff members in the building, but those are towards the end of May be wrapping up, and we won't be replacing them at that time. We're stable now. It's good. We haven't had any turnover in 3 months. I just did real quick. Yes.
that can change in a heartbeat.
It does. I've been, yep, for sure.
Certainly appreciate your update, Joe. Good to hear that everything's moving.
I think so.
Real good, so.
We're excited. We have a great team, and we have great board members, too. And I would say that if Judy wasn't here either. Yeah. Yeah, she is my boss. Yeah, so, perfect.
Right.
All right, thank you much.
Thank you much.
Uh-huh.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Of course,
Joe and
I bring
Judy.
Mark my cheat sheet.
Oh,
Sorry.
nice.
Yeah.
Thanks.
There you go.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Did we have a change?
Because you already addressed her issues, so.
Oh, I didn't realize we addressed it.
Yeah, it's okay.
11:30 has been canceled. So do a little bit of paperwork and Amber will be here. I'm gonna leave that date open, so I don't remember what the date was supposed to be.
I say,
Yes. 25. Two items there.
President, Chairman.
Two, and this one has to do, well, I can just read you different.
She's late. No, she's 35. Wait, did you get something figured out?
No.
No? Okay. Do we have two changes? Mark out the 950?
Yep.
Okay. Mark out the 950. Mr. Johnson, how are you this morning?
I'm fine, I appreciate it. As all the commissioners this morning.
We're excited for the day. How's that?
Just, like Blue Thunder, the pilots, every time they walk in, just happy to be here, sir. Just happy to be here.
Yep.
Did you check out the tape job downstairs?
Did a little bit. Angie brought up a little concern about maybe the voting machines coming out of the elevator might be a little tight. We might have to run a little test to see if there's enough room. Morning, Amber.
Morning.
Are you ready? If you're ready, we're more than ready.
Always ready.
You're always ready? All right.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
First off, I want to introduce my new employee that we hired. This is Martin Ernst.
Morning.
Martin,
Martin.
Commissioner.
Hello.
County Attorney.
Welcome
Nice
the
to meet
team.
everybody. I appreciate the opportunity.
Martin started a couple of weeks ago, right? You've been
Yes,
a couple
February
weeks.
9th.
And he's already been to a 2-day Motorola radio class, and he's programming radios, and he's doing a really excellent job, so.
Good.
I'm sure there's enough work to keep you busy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I think there's gonna be.
Yeah. Yep. We had our first good storm of the season last night, kind of fizzled out before it got here, but it's kind of a reminder for everybody to sign up for the weather alerts on our county notification system. And you can do that by going to the county website or follow us on Facebook for live updates throughout weather events. I need to say that Severe Weather Awareness Week is March 6th through 10th. In conjunction with that, every year they do a statewide tornado drill. And the statewide tornado drill will be March 7th at 10 a.m. So that test is broadcast over all the weather radios, local TV, radio, and then our county dispatch will sound all 13 tornado sirens that day. Weather permitting. If it looks bad out, they usually cancel it. That's a really good time to practice what you do at home or at work if there was a real tornado. Also going along with weather, the National Weather Service Storm Spotter Talk is March 7th at 7 p.m. Here in Burlington in the 4-H building. And that's open to the public. Let's see. We are working towards finalizing the Lyon County host plan for moving our reception center for a nuclear event from Neosho Rapids Grade School to Hartford High School. And once we get that plan submitted and going, then we can do the practice, and then Lyon County is evaluated this year. I told you guys kind of a little bit about us being evaluated for Wolf Creek. There's other agencies that get evaluated also, and this year Lyon County will be evaluated. And they'll have a new facility to be evaluated in.
Does FEMA come in and evaluate them like to do it?
Yep. And the hospitals, and then all 3 of our school districts too. So the hospital here in Coffee County and Newman's Hospital in Emporia. And actually Newman's is up this year for evaluation, as well as USD 243 should be evaluated this year. So, working on that. We have several exercises this year. I kind of thought that we were getting off easy, but we're not. The state is doing a recovery tabletop exercise this year. They're really kind of focused on having people recover after an event. Because we talk about the response and we practice the response to something, but then what happens afterwards? What happens with the cleanup and the mess and the getting back to business type thing. So the state is doing statewide in different regions this tabletop exercise with all the counties. So I might be reaching out. We'll see if we need a commissioner to go, but I definitely need some other organizations from the county to go kind of and practice what would happen after an event.
Is this local? Is this local?
It's in Topeka.
It's in Topeka.
Yep, Topeka. And they're having them all over the state, and so that was the closest to us. That's in our region. Let's see. I did mention before too that, so we are being evaluated this year for Wolf Creek, and the state would like to have a multi-agency tabletop. And I kind of talked to you guys about this, that we probably would only need like 1 commissioner to attend, and that is in August 2nd. So we've got plenty of time to decide who wants to go to that before then. Talked about Newman's, talked about USD 243, and then our HAB evaluated exercise is November 14th. We've got that pre-exercise and the pre-exercise 2 in September and October. And I gave you those dates last time, but I can give them to you again if you need them.
Yeah, the training is what, November the 14th, I think?
The actual evaluation
The
is
actual,
the 14th,
yeah.
yep. And then we've got...
October 11th, I know.
Right, it's a practice, I think.
Yeah, so the pre-exercises are September 20th and October 11th. And I can't remember, it's still kind of up in the air.
The September 1 is the one FEMA will be there
Yeah.
for the pre-evaluation.
Yep.
The official pre-ex with their assistant.
And pre-ex 2 is, I don't know, we say,
It's normally a placeholder
Yeah.
if there's poor performance.
Right.
So we could get another
Correct.
opportunity to
Yeah.
Action.
fix ourselves
Right.
before we get.
but yeah, FEMA does come in the September pre-exercise, and they come and just give us feedback. They're not there to evaluate us or anything, they're just there to help. They're the government, they're there to help.
That's a sure.
So, that's all I have. Any questions from anybody? Here's a flyer that we can pass around for you guys for the Storm Spotter Talk, if anybody wants to make copies or do anything with it. And Steve, I have your badge.
Oh,
Wade, this is what you get if you turn your paperwork back in. You have it,
There you go.
I brought more just in case you didn't have it. Okay, cool. Well, I will bring your badge back up later, then Julie will get it printed. That's
Okay,
awesome.
if there's too much information on that newsletter.
There is never
sheet,
too much
just scratch
information.
it off.
No. People do one-word answers and it
No,
irks me,
I didn't
so.
do that, so.
Good.
Yeah, too much on the other one.
That's awesome. Okay, so that will be, you guys will both be featured in the newsletter, and then I will bring your badge back up later when Julie gets it done.
Did you, on the sirens, have you done any more thinking on the ones to keep and the ones to
No,
abandon?
no.
Okay, but right now we're taking care of all of them.
Yep.
Okay, so I know that was talked.
Yeah.
We wanna,
It's,
some of them are overlapping type.
it's still, yep, it's still on my list as to what we wanna do, and I don't know, I'm not in on the planning with the CHIPS stuff, so I don't know if that's something that can be planned in with that to get a new siren up there, or if we want to move an existing siren. I know I said I was gonna look into the cost of moving them versus getting new ones, but really if it's something that's, you know, in the budget, we might just get a new one up there.
That might fall under them
Yeah.
funding that.
Yeah,
as part of the
yeah,
project.
as part of their public safety.
If that was the case, I would think.
Because with having that many people
Mhm.
up there, that's a bigger population that,
Gonna be a big population.
There's one at Vito, is there not?
no,
There's not one at Vito at all.
Nope.
No.
They were originally installed for the Wolf Creek EPZ.
so they're all in the 10
Within
miles.
the 10 miles, so Vito is actually outside of that.
Okay.
I see.
Old Highway 50 is actually
Cut off.
the cutoff.
North
Yep,
line now.
that's the line for the 10
Okay.
miles, so, anything north of that, there would be no sirens.
Would it be hard to put something, put something at the chip
No.
area and even,
No, I think when
Get connected with
we
Vito.
did the whole replacement, it was probably 12 years ago, I think it was about 180,000 for all of them.
Yeah,
So, I mean, you're probably 40 grand-ish.
Yeah.
For a new one would be my guess.
Yeah.
At this point.
I was
Inflation and
thinking, I
everything.
looked it up, it was like 30-something, 30.
Yeah.
30 grand.
well, that would probably be
Not-
something to
not
work, that'd probably be something to work with Bobby on to
Yeah.
see if there's,
Get that included.
get that included in that
Yeah.
area up there.
Cause it would be,
And
we will,
with the CID deal, there should be some funding available within that for the actual Vito Junction location, not only that, there might have to be two of them.
right,
Yeah.
In that area.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then, I spoke with you, I don't know, it's been a couple of weeks ago on the one from Atumwa.
mhm,
And sometime, last year you had said something, maybe the possibility of either, shutting it down or
right,
moving it
yep.
to.
There are a couple that overlap that we could, if it's feasible to move them.
Right.
If it's better to start with a brand new one, and I don't know the answer to that completely yet, it is on my list to,
Okay.
Right.
so, yeah. I have a list, and it usually stays pretty long, but it's still there. So yeah, we'll look into all that. Someone at some point had told me it might be better just to go and get a new siren, but, if we're overlapped in areas, like I said, Atumwa has 3 houses.
Right, and I think at one time you said something about the Aliceville area, which is more fun, I'm
Yeah.
just, that's-
Right, yep, all of that is on my list,
Right.
so.
Okay.
Anything else?
Sounds good.
Good to go, okay.
Welcome to the team.
Thank you. Yeah, if you guys see Martin running around with radios and climbing siren towers, that's who he
That's
is.
him?
That's him.
It's not some crazy person?
No, I've known him for a long
Well,
time,
anyway.
That'll be him
but
anyhow, right?
he's only been here 2
As
weeks.
long as he's got a badge, we're all right.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
We had a change. Carl Lee, we're gonna throw you into the podium next, sir. We're trying to get this long day a little more condensed.
Make this quick as possible. I worked a complaint down by Leroy, 427 Shetland Road last week, and the property belongs to Stephen Letty Hammond. And anyway, they had some solid waste that some renters or squatters, however you want to phrase it, on the property left there. They agreed to get it cleaned up, and I was coming up to see if we can get a landfill waiver for them to get the property cleaned up. They have one pop-up skeletal remains of a pop-up camper out back, and I called Wayne Arb, and he said that they could take that to landfill also. And I was coming up to see if we can get a waiver so they can haul it all to the landfill. And they are talking about, working with giving one camper removed that belongs to somebody else. And then he had one he was gonna convert to a trailer, which he stated that would pass. But I had a complaint earlier this year with them, back in August and September. They did get all the solid waste cleaned up, but the next set of people took and kind of retrashed it. So they're gonna work on getting it cleaned up.
Are they going to be bringing it up themselves, or are they gonna have?
They said that to me that they would bring it up themselves.
Okay.
Appreciate you working on that, Carl, 'cause I don't get many calls, but I've had more calls on that than anything else, so
Well, this time,
appreciate you working on getting it
yeah.
taken care of.
I was gonna give them 30 days on this because of the weather and their eggs and getting it all organized to get it off. And so I'll make sure and keep working with them consistently on it to get it done, completely done this time.
Okay.
Pardon, was it in the county?
It's on the, it's in the county, but it's, city right next to the law.
Oh,
Yeah.
Right.
The property itself is county property.
Right.
Like I said,
Oh, I see.
the adjoining property is city.
I was gonna get a hold of Steve Cox too and talk to him about the water and waste, how the water and wastewater is handled on that property, because it is served by city sewer and city water.
Yeah, but he shut it off.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to visit with him, let him know I made it down there.
He went, even though the city's has the adjoining sewer and water, he made the decision to shut it off
Right.
2-3 weeks ago. I'm not gonna say for sure.
Okay. I just wanted to touch base with him because he did reach out to me.
Motion here, based upon the recommendation of the Environmental Health Director to waive landfill fees for a structure owned by Steve.
Just solid waste, not a structure.
Oh, solid waste, okay. Landfill fees for solid waste owned by Steve and Liddy Hammond,
Yeah.
located at 427 Shetland Road, Leroy, Kansas.
I'll second.
Tom's moved,
Okay.
or not Tom. Don moved,
I'll second that.
Thompson seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
I'll make sure and get a hold of Wayne R about the landfill and let him know it's coming.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's give us a little bit of a break here. Take a break till, we got a 10 o'clock, Larry Goldberg. Do we see this running more than an hour? Larry, is this gonna run more than an hour?
No.
Okay. Wade?
The only thing is, Tom Buchanan is gonna participate by phone, and he has to get to the spot where he's in the cab of his truck, and he needs until 10.
Till 10, okay.
Yep.
So we can take a break till 10. You didn't have anything on the previously discussed, so.
This would be an excellent opportunity to walk downstairs, I can talk to you
Oh, the diagram
about the tape
downstairs?
out.
Okay,
So when Priceville gets here at 1:15, this will be
Smooth.
easy smeezy.
okay.
You guys wanna do that?
We'll just run downstairs to the tape outlet?
And so I contacted Prasco, Tom talked to Prasco, and he watched the discussion from last week, because I told him he needed to hear, so I didn't say everything exactly right, which you'll hear later. You'll hear from Tom and you'll hear from the sheriff, but I did the best I could with that.
I'm not having Wade come for me anymore.
Got lost in translation?
I'm not talking anymore, okay? Matter of fact.
We're just breaking.
We're just breaking, yeah.
So you go ahead and take this off.
Yeah, you can shut that off. We ran just a touch over. Larry Goldberg, Joe Seymour, Coffee County Joe product, you're on deck.
Larry, do you want your memo up on the screen?
All right, let me pass this out. Take one, pass it on, Wade. Take one, pass it on, sir.
And we need to get Tom on the phone.
Oh,
So, do we want to use that phone or a cell phone? It doesn't matter.
probably be better to text, though.
How you doing this morning, Larry?
Hi, John.
That's for you.
You can just pass it
I'll call him in.
You got him?
Good.
You got these, or?
Are these different?
Okay, that's what I didn't know, if we wanted to leave one here for Tom.
Absolutely. I think I may have a couple of extra. There's two sets of drawings. One is elevations and one is floor plan.
I'm gonna put Tom right in front of you.
Okay. Hi, Tom.
Good morning, Larry.
That goes after. Tom, we're leaving a couple of sets of drawings for you here. One a set of elevations and one a set of plans.
Same as this.
Okay.
Blake and even Stephen, are there any extras on broadcast? There's some extra right there on this one.
One extra here.
Okay. There should be an extra elevation.
Copy of those for him, don't we?
There's, no extra. Oh, no,
Is there an
extra
extra?
elevation.
Oh,
No.
who needs that?
Wade's got his.
I think we're good here.
All right. This is a short, tough story that's gonna have a happy ending. But before we get, I always wanna,
We're really
before we
looking
get to
forward to
that, Joe, why don't you report on the, parking?
Okay.
The additional parking.
Good morning, everyone. Went ahead and sent out an update last week. We'll go ahead and do it here too. So right now, Toth and Associates is working through their final drawings. They're gonna have those to us by March 10th, which in turn will put that project out to bid on March 20th. We're looking at having basically that on the streets to bid around 3 to 4 weeks. Once we get the final bids, then we'll turn that into a construction project. So we're looking at commencing construction on that one sometime in the April through June timeframe. But right now, everything that River City's doing right now is basically putting together the budget and all the bid packages for this to go out to bid on the 20th.
For the parking
For
stuff.
the parking improvements, correct. Yep.
And that includes the street parking and the parking in the old church property.
Correct. Yep, and all the storm sewer improvements.
Jail bidding starts April 20th then?
We'll go through the design updates. The April timeframe's gonna be tough. For that, to get to your 100%. I think April's gonna be a little tough. But, we can go through that.
We'll do our best.
Yep. So, any questions on the street project?
I'm not going to belabor what's happened with construction costs. We all understand that as a challenge to this and every other construction project in this country. But I will tell you that the cost of concrete, and which incidentally I visited with Tom about, we're looking at $200 a cubic yard. I've never seen anything like this. And the shoring, all of which is necessary for the previous plan to keep the street intact that connects Second Street with the elementary school, which is our solemn promise to the community, literally ended up being somewhere between $2 and $3 million. It's awful. And it would have prevented this project
from hitting the budget that we have in front of us. So what we did was we literally took everything in the basement and moved it on top of the sheriff's department. You all have grown up, as I have, understanding that basements are the least expensive part of a building like this. No longer. It's just not true anymore. I don't know if it'll become true again, but in the meantime, we have no choice. It moves beautifully. The elevators, instead of going down, go up. The stairs, instead of going down, go up. So what you see is an almost identical floor plan, but just reversed. And this portion of the plan, including dispatch, evidence, all of this stuff, moves upstairs. It will be constructed similar to how it would have been constructed in the basement. Building codes require essential services like 911 be within a structurally strengthened envelope. We will do that. It will just occur upstairs instead of in the basement. Okay? By making this recommendation, we believe we will now hit our budget. 92 beds, everything on the plan, except reversed. And I'm asking for your consideration of this morning.
How does this hinder, Mr. Johnson, how does this hinder the jail, the beds, the one location, seeing all the floors and the cells and so on and so forth? It doesn't bother it, none at all?
Just make a bit of difference.
Okay.
Larry, you mentioned it enabled us to hit the budget. Are you talking about a $28 million budget or 30? So originally, we was talking about 28.
Originally, we were talking about 25.
Yeah.
And then I requested the extra consideration to take it from the 62 or 66, whatever it was, up to the 92. That is still in place.
What figure though? Like
20, 30. Well, when I say 30 million, I'm talking about all costs. I'm talking about fees, FF&E, contingency, construction, and so forth. I don't know what the actual hard construction will fall out as, but the number that we have includes everything necessary for the project.
So that's based on $200 a ton, I'm sorry, a cubic foot,
Cubic yard.
cubic yard concrete.
Yeah, what happens, Steve, is we just reduce the amount of concrete enormously.
Right.
By doing away with the basement.
So is that already locked in? Is that cost already locked in, or say once construction starts, it does come down? I mean, where does that fit in? Is that concrete cost already locked in?
No. It's
None of these bid packages are put on the street to bid.
That's just based on right now?
This is our estimate.
Oh, okay, right.
I
This
mean,
is all
we're
in the
doing
budget
jails
phase right
all
now.
over.
Sure.
He's a very experienced in doing jails all over. And Steve, I hope I'm wrong. I mean, I hope
Oh, no, we do too.
it comes in lower. I hope all this stuff comes in lower. But right now, the sticky points are shoring, excavation, concrete, electrical, and steel.
And so that's why you're adjusting what you're doing right now,
Correct.
just to make everything.
Correct.
Tom Huguenin, do you
So-
feel that $200 a ton is an accurate estimate? Or not a ton, cubic yard
Cubic yard.
on the concrete at this point?
I've seen it anywhere from 145 to 185 here lately.
Okay,
Fuel prices have brought it down some. I know rebar, and it's not the same as the metal cells, pods that we're talking. I know that, but it's down 20% from what it was a year ago. Rebar is. Now, labor costs have gone up dramatically everywhere, just because if you got good employees, it costs you to keep them.
Right.
It does.
You know, you can't blame them, they'll go someplace else for a few dollars more. In today's society, that's about what it takes, but, I do know rebar has come down 20% from a year ago. Like I say, concrete anywhere from 140 to 185, so.
But remember, Tom, we're not bidding this tomorrow either.
That is true. That is true.
You know, without putting a basement in, we're not gonna be in as solid dirt as we would with a basement. Are we gonna have to put
What about footings?
the footings? Are they gonna have to go deeper to support the structure now?
I don't think so. I think
You're gonna have-
geotech and just simple spread footings
Yep.
will suffice.
Yep.
Without putting a basement in, does this, and time's important, but yet we want it done right, how much does that shorten up the construction time?
Good
3, 4 months?
Good point.
I would say somewhere between 1 and 2 months.
Pardon, Joe?
1 to 2 months.
1 to 2 months?
Mhm.
I figured it might shorten it up more than that.
Yeah, I mean, right now, we're putting together the master schedule, and we'll have all that information, but right now, just kind of roughing it's 1 to 2 months.
My point of it, or my thought on it is, as long as Sheriff Johnson and his staff are comfortable, and Wade and everybody else involved that's gonna be using it on a daily basis, as long as they're comfortable, I'm fine with it.
Sounds like to me that it's not gonna change really anything, they're gonna be going upstairs instead of downstairs. And it's gonna be secure, I mean, it's gonna be, tornado proof.
So we're gonna see that significant amount of less concrete, I mean, just my thought process has been, like, for instance, you're building a house. Okay, do we want a basement or do we not? Well, you gotta have all the concrete for footings anyhow, gotta go down to something stable. But there's gonna be that much difference if we have a basement versus what we're gonna need for this building to sit on
Yes,
without
sir.
the basement?
Yes, sir.
And
It's not, remember, it's not just the basement, it's the excavation, it's the sheet metal shoring around it to hold that road intact. It
Okay,
is-
so we'll be eliminating that.
We'll eliminate all that.
That was a major cost right there, was all that earth
Okay.
retention around the streets, and then all the excavation, because you've obviously gotta dig all that out to support your basement.
Well, I mean, we're gonna be digging some of that out for a footing though, surely.
Simple footings and foundations, yeah. But
Okay,
it's
not
nothing
gonna
like.
need to go near as deep then.
Yes.
Okay.
It definitely eliminates some of the debt.
Well, I'm sure it does
I do-
some, I'm just trying to understand that huge a difference, that's all.
Oh, yeah.
I do know right now in the private sector, there's more people doing slab houses anymore than there are doing basements, just for that just for that.
I see.
Tom and Eric, with this new projected design, it's gonna eliminate some office space, eliminate some other space, but with this, provide everything that you think we need for 25, 30 years? That's an unknown, that's an unknown.
So we've sat in Kansas City at Larry's office with Tom's group and many other groups involving everybody from the cell doors to camera systems to security systems. And I can tell you where every single camera, every door button, every outlet, and everything else has been. Thanks a lot, Joe. Never, 8 hours of my day I'll never get back again. But I mean, we went through great detail, and I drew plans up myself and gave to Larry and Tom and said, if we have to cut to make this budget work, then here's what you can cut. I can live without. So, you know, let's, God forbid, that we get ready to build this thing and concrete's $400 a square yard, you know, then we're gonna have to do some cutting. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. We don't have $30 million and $1. We have $30 million to complete the entire project. And Larry and Tom know that that's what we have. So I think that with what we have drawn up, and I think with the contingencies that we're willing to give and take to make this work, I think that we got the best people on the floor here to make it happen.
On top of that too, what we'll do is we'll also have alternates in the bid documents, that it'll be basically a laundry list of items that if we do get to the point where we're maybe over a budget, we'll have safeguards kind of in place to be able to select other ways of getting it to budget.
You've got an alternate off the floor at 2,100 square feet or roughly. Is that part of the move from the basement up? Is that?
It's just, Steve, there is some debate about, in a facility of this magnitude, it's not a 500 or 600 bed facility in St.
Okay.
Louis. I mean, the question is, if something had to give, would some staff exercise and locker rooms where people would just go home and change if they needed to? I'm
That's some
sorry.
things that I was willing to give up.
Oh, okay.
See what I'm saying? They just made it an option that we can do that.
That's one of the options
Yeah,
that can
in
be
other
given
words,
up if.
I have done jails in Indiana and Missouri and Kansas and Nebraska and that had exercise facilities and shower and bathrooms that literally were never used. The maintenance guy would go in and turn on the shower once a week. And so under those scenarios, if this was something that Tom and Eric and their crew were willing to have as bid alternates, if costs come in better than we expect, that's great.
Now, one of the things you was asking about, Tom, or stressing, was staff training, so you could have a specific room for that. And with this new layout, you won't have that. Well, what's to keep
Yes,
us
you
from reading?
will. You will. Right here,
We still have the
in the
staff.
corner. Right here, same size.
So you're still gonna have this layout also?
Yes,
So isn't that in the basement?
and we're moving that to the second floor.
But you can't move all of it up, because it's all tied up to septic.
No, Don. Before we had this, main floor, basement underneath.
Okay,
Now, we're doing this,
second floor.
main floor, second floor above. We're literally taking
Okay,
this
I'm sorry,
and doing this.
didn't understand it quite that way. That way, that second floor is gonna be 8 to 10 feet above the ground floor then?
Correct.
Okay, I didn't understand it that way. I'm a little bit surprised you can save that much money, because you're still,
I was shocked. It was like,
a little bit surprised you're saving
We-
that, because you're still doing all the intricate work, and that ain't the right word probably, but
To make the
you're not
shoring, you
eliminating any water.
gotta remember, that to dig this basement is one thing. But we told the schools that we would not affect those buses and those families driving in there to drop those kids off. So to do that, you can't dig out this basement and not shore it up. So you're gonna have to shore up the entire west and south side at, again, $2 or $3 million more than what was expected. And when Larry talked to me about this, I said it's a no-brainer, we eliminate the basement. If we got a cut, that's a no-brainer, it's out.
Okay.
Let's move on, find how we can do this without having a basement.
to give you an idea, this kind of sheet metal shoring would have been in prior projects of ours, having done it before, somewhere around 200,000. It estimated out, according to River City, at somewhere between 900,000 and $1 million just for the shoring. I can't tell you why. I don't know if it's material, labor, or greed, or all three, but it is what it is. And that's part of the reason when the alarms went off, and we said, we just can't sit here and draw this, knowing we've got those kinds of premiums in the offing. Now, this is what it will look like.
Not that much of a change, really.
It's not that much of a change, although we did tweak that darn brick color on this building is harder than heck to match. The previous drawings were a little too gray. This is a little browner, closer to the brick on this courthouse. And we thought it looked great, and I will tell you that some people can now have some windows in their offices. And, anyhow, so we loved how it looked, and I'm submitting it for your consideration.
Well, alls I can say is, like Tom says, there's $30 million, not 30 million in one. It's 30 million under, is the only thing I have to say. That's all we got.
Right.
So, if it comes in at 28 million, great. I hope it does.
I do too.
Or 25, be even better. It doesn't bother me as long as it fits sheriff's needs and he's not losing anything that is critical, and it's staying the same bed that the committee had brought to us, and we have told the taxpayers it was gonna be. I mean, the only thing it's not gonna be is one level, it's gonna be two level, but it's gonna save $3 to $4 million, so I think it would be okay with that.
If your courthouse had been one level, I would have been more reluctant to pursue this option, because I'd rather the jail wasn't the biggest building on the courthouse square. But with your courthouse being 2 stories and us being able to match it, I feel better about a 2-story solution than would have otherwise been the case. So my recommendation is, or my request here this morning, is that you all go ahead and give us permission to put this into technical drawings, and let's get this thing ready to go.
And this is still going with the courtroom remodelization and everything
Yes.
else. This all is all under
Correct.
the same act
Correct.
still.
Not a single, I'll say this, not a single thing in the courthouse, the jail project is the only thing that's changed. The courthouse project is the way it is, Wade's offices are the same. I felt that it was my responsibility to take some of this off if I needed to save money and make this work. So there's nothing else changed.
It sounds like the courthouse is within the budget, 3.3,
That's correct,
for whatever.
And
figure.
interestingly enough, we and River City came to the same budget independently for the renovation, so we think that's pretty solid. I do have to caution you that there are a couple of columns that were not on the original drawings that are there that we've got to deal with. But I'll sit down with Judge Wine and get that squared away.
So Larry, what are the major changes with the jail side of it? That the prosecutor's office isn't changing, the court side's not changing, it's all being absorbed by the jail or the sheriff. What are the major changes? Not little minor things. What has?
Well, a simple way, the elimination of the basement and the functions that were in the basement moved to the second floor. That's number one. Number two is that the sheriff has identified some areas that can be bid as bid alternates, primarily the staff lockers and exercise areas, and if we need some additional savings. And that's pretty much it, other than, I guess, the elevations themselves reflect a 2-story solution rather than a 1-story solution.
Where do we proceed from here now, Larry? Do we sign that document that we have before us as part of the contract? Or is that just for later on down the road?
I don't know what he's referring to.
No, I think at this point, it's just giving them authorization to proceed with this design and let them
Okay.
get further on their drawings.
So right now, the authorization is just to accept what's been presented to us today.
Correct.
Okay.
In other words, we've gone through it with the sheriff and his bunch, they're ready to approve it. We wanna move past the design phase into working drawings, get our engineers underway, and get this thing done and ready to bid.
So basically need a motion to accept the Goldberg architect drawings
From February 27th.
from February 27th as presented.
Yes, sir.
I move that motion.
McCurry moves.
I'll second that.
Meat second.
Go ahead, Mike.
Go ahead.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion
Aye.
passes.
I don't,
Passes 5-0.
my question, Larry, I don't think it's part of the discussion now, but in this one document that we have, the three-word phrase, guaranteed maximum price, is listed through this probably
I'm sorry.
100 times. I'm just kinda curious what entail it meant.
Okay, is this River City's contract? Okay. Joe, explain what a GMP is, I can't do.
So a GMP, or a guaranteed maximum price, is when we get this project out to bid, we get all the bid packages together, we get all the numbers, we're gonna give you a guaranteed maximum price. So if it's $30 million, this project will not go over that $30 million unless you guys make changes or we agree on some sort of scope that gets over. But that guaranteed maximum price is a contract that we will not exceed that cost.
We'll be locked in.
We'll be
Once
locked
you
in.
get,
All the bids, all the numbers, all the drawings are designed, we are held to that price, that guaranteed maximum price.
Unless things have changed.
Unless you guys decide to add an X6
Right,
rooms,
right,
yeah.
right.
Yeah, that phrase is
Absolutely.
listed in this 100 times plus.
Yeah,
It's every place.
it's a guaranteed maximum price.
Okay,
Yep.
That's what they get paid off of.
It's not, you have contracts like cost plus, and a guaranteed maximum price is exactly what that is.
yeah, there's cost plus 5% in here, in some other places, so.
Yeah,
I
no,
think in place to it's 10%, but.
Yep. That's what it is.
On 4141, and that may change as we get deeper into it, Joe. Owner to furnish test inspections and reports such as structural, mechanical, and chemical tests. We're supposed to supply that. Who do we talk to obtain that type of test?
Are you talking about testing for the building side?
Yes.
We'll have an independent testing agency, so we'll hire somebody local.
We don't do that.
And they'll,
No,
but it does say
We'll coordinate it.
Does say owner, so, okay. And that's all included in the price too?
We'll include that in our guaranteed maximum price, yeah. So, for example, we'll put in, say, $50,000, and that'll include all your concrete testing, steel inspections, that whole thing. And any money we don't use in that testing allowance, all that money would go back to the county.
All that is quality control.
100%. Yep, yep. We like to keep it independent just because
Sure.
it's easier to not have us hold the contract, it's easier for the owner to.
Well, it's sort of like me and geotechnical. I can help you
Yeah.
get test borings. It cannot occur under my contract. I can lose my license if I try and guarantee. Structure and the rest of it is under me. But certain things like environmental, survey, and geotech have to be furnished independently. All right. That's it.
Tom, do you have anything else while these gentlemen are here?
I don't believe so.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
All right, we will be back periodically with a growing set of drawings that we can bore the holy heck out of you with, but thank you so much. Tom, thank you.
Thank you.
Wade, do you have something?
So while Joe is here, what Don's been referencing is this, standard form of agreement between owner and construction manager as constructor. It's a AIA document A133-2019. It's also referenced in the materials for today. So I emailed that out. That's what you're referencing, right, Don? So since Joe's here, Joe, myself, and Commissioner Huguenin went over this, there were some modifications made, and then this is the, I guess, the revised version that, in the materials that Joe sent, or the email Joe did send out, reference this, at some point in time, needs to be executed. And if you want to talk about the importance of that, some of the blanks that are contained within this document, and I know we mentioned it at one point in time, but now everybody's had the chance to look at it, review it. And some of the sections, for example, like 1.14, where in 1.141, design and pre-construction phase milestone dates, if any, and then underneath that, to be mutually agreed upon with Coffee County and RCC. Construction commencement date in point 2, same thing. Point 3, substantial completion date, other milestones, and everything else, those are to be, they get modified later on down the road. And if you want to maybe explain how that process works.
So basically what this contract is right now is really just for the pre-construction services. That includes doing all the budgeting right now, getting the drawing reviews, putting together all the bid packages to put this out to bid and turn it to a GMP. So if, for example, we were to bid this project, and let's just use the number 35 million, it comes in over budget, the only thing you guys have a contract for is just the pre-construction services. When we get this to a GMP, there'll be a full amendment that will include the full construction schedule, all the costs, including all contingencies, allowances, all the bid packages that will be rolled up in amendment to this. So at this point, it is only for the pre-construction services. And like Wade was saying, at the time when we were going through this contract, we didn't know what the design phases or those milestone dates were going to be. And until we had this new design approved, we were kind of shooting from the hip. So now that we've got this new drawing, we'll work with GGA, and we'll get those milestones, and we'll develop that schedule that we can incorporate into that contract.
One of the most important reasons from my standpoint to have a CM like River City is, let's say you get 3 bids, and one of them is $600,000, one of them is $592, and one of them is $430. And you say, holy smokes, we can save a lot of money with this low bid, okay? Who evaluates those 3 bids for scope, completeness, manpower, experience, expertise, and equipment? They do, okay? We will too, but they do. And they come and say, gosh, guys, we'd love to accept that low bid. We can't. They don't have the manpower, or the last 2 times they did it, they screwed it up, and so forth. And if you want to know how critical this is, we're doing a $60 million Justice Center up in Sioux City for Woodbury County, I've referred to in prior meetings. And the concrete contractor may be one of the truly worst contractors we've ever had the misfortune to encounter. And we have played hack, trying to get them to do the work, the shoring, the rebar placement, and so forth, as it should be. And it's all because you had a GC under the political system they have up there. I'm not pointing a finger, I'm just saying, for public work, it's got to be open bid. And in this case, the county's going to pay the price.
That's why you're in the business, to do what you do.
Yeah.
Yep.
So do we need to accept that? Do we need a motion to accept that contract, or is that at a later date?
I think at this point, I mean, we had talked about waiting, but we'd also talked about going ahead and moving forward, and I'm not sure. I think either option is on the table, right?
You know, we can execute that contract. At this point, I think if you had any additional comments, that's where I think we're pretty much leaving it. You're Tom.
Yeah, all the changes that we had talked about, they've been made, so. Tom, can you hear me?
Yes.
So maybe you're probably the one out of anybody here who's dealt with these type of contracts and agreements, because for your livelihood, you deal with contracts of this nature. Do you have any comments? You and I went through this contract with, or this agreement with Joe. You just wanna, these are normal, and things that you're used to dealing with, and all the terms and conditions aren't anything out of the ordinary.
Yeah, there's nothing out of the ordinary at all. It's pretty much standard procedure, so to speak, the way I saw it. There's nothing different I haven't seen, I mean, that I've already seen, so.
So,
I don't have a problem proceeding.
Angie's got a motion typed up here. I'll read it and see if there's anything needs to be subtracted or added. Move to authorize direct the chairman to sign the American Institute of Architects, AIA, document number A133-2019, a standard form of agreement between owner, Coffee County Board of Commissioners, and construction manager, Constructor River City Construction LLC, architect Goldberg Group Architects, where the base of payment is the cost of the work plus a fee with a guaranteed maximum price of, we don't have a guaranteed maximum price.
TBD at this point, yes.
Yeah, to be announced. Funds to be paid from Jail Construction Fund 111. Do you agree with that motion?
I think it probably needs to say with approval of the county attorney. That's the form, since.
Oh, okay, with the approval of the county attorney as form.
And that would be moved to authorize.
Move to authorize director chairman to sign American Institute, move to authorize director chairman to sign American Institute of Architects, AIA, document number blank, as form with county attorney.
Yeah, I'd say move to authorize and direct with comma with the approval of as the form by county attorney.
Okay, I'll reread it.
Why wouldn't we want this maximum cost $30 million in that?
Well, at this
Because
point,
we
you
don't
can
have one.
establish it as a maximum budget.
Yep. So, the only thing I'd say at the very end, instead of maybe in addition to be determined, I saw the wording.
With the
Wait, if I'm not mistaken, too,
with
I
the
think there is a budget.
understanding that the county.
Say that again?
I think there is a budget paragraph in there.
But it's not the guaranteed maximum price.
No, but you can establish the project budget in that document. You won't have the guaranteed maximum price amendment.
But Jesse could add a codicil in his motion that said, guaranteed maximum price to be established at a later date, with the understanding that the board has authorized a maximum budget of $30 million for the project.
Yeah, not to exceed.
Not to exceed $30 million.
Yeah, you could add that.
Yeah.
Yep, I think that should be in there. But the guaranteed maximum price to be established by and through, an amendment.
Construction documents.
Yeah, an amendment to come at a.
Yes.
Later date.
Yeah.
That's the word I was looking for,
Yeah.
amendment. And then project not to exceed $30 million.
Keep adding words to it, you're gonna read the motion.
I can read it.
Keep changing verbs, type it.
I can't read fast as you change that thing.
Well, you need to add the word date in here, I think, at a later date. Price to be determined at a later date.
Okay, motion has been rewritten. Move to authorize director chairman approved as a form by the county attorney to sign the American Institute of Architects, AIA, document number A133-2019, a standard form of agreement between owner, Coffee County Board of Commissioners, and construction manager, constructor, River City Construction LLC, and architects. Goldberg Group Architects, where the base of payment is the cost of the work plus a fee with a guaranteed maximum price to be determined at later date, not to exceed $30 million. Funds to come from Jail Construction Project Fund number 111. I will move.
I'll second.
Moved by Knight, seconded by McCurry. Any discussion? Hearing no more discussion. All in favor, say aye.
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 5-0 pass.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Slide that around, because that's the,
Thank you, Mr. Huguenin, for setting in on this.
that's the document you guys just
No problem, my apologies for something very unexpected come up this morning, I had to remedy, so.
I hope it's on the up and up, sir.
It's just what.
It is, I believe, so, thank you.
Thanks, Tom. I'll go ahead and.
See you. I'll be back after a while.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, until next time. See
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does he want a copy of this before he leaves?
Probably not.
Probably not.
We can email it to him.
Okay. And this is your signature, I think.
There's a number of different pages in there.
Oh, is there?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh.
At the very back end.
Okay, my bad. I only signed one spot.
So you
I
might.
didn't sign any yet.
We will move on.
There's some picture pages in the back.
We're gonna hit our 11:30 or 11 o'clock. City of New Strong Mayor, Rhonda. And Steve, is he?
Right there.
Okay.
Showed up in
I was
time.
gonna say, we got time to hold if he doesn't have, if
Nope,
he's not here.
he's right here. Oh, I haven't signed any of these either. I've got a handout, gentlemen, and, I'd like to say good morning to y'all.
Good morning.
And 5 minutes later, huh?
Sounds like your day has been pretty busy so far.
Yes, it's crazy.
Business is good.
Yeah, it always is, isn't it? I apologize for not getting this in your packet.
Thank you.
All right. I would like to say congratulations to the commissioners for your foresight and going ahead with what has happened. The excitement from last week, I'm sure, with the announcement for the Beto project is probably still fresh and scary and exciting all at the same time. Stephen and I are here to discuss with the commissioners what we're doing in New Strong and how we are preparing to embrace what you guys have started. Last month at our council meeting, our members have decided to approve the purchase of 2 pumps and 2 motors for our water distribution needs. That project is $57,000. We've got it covered. What has happened is we have 1 pump that's not working at all. The other one, we have no idea the age of it, and we do have one that basically is our workhorse.
It's a good motor,
Yeah.
it's newer,
But we're still not sure about the, you know, completely how many hours and stuff, right?
you got a rough estimate
Yeah.
how many hours on
Okay.
it.
Okay. The council also our city council has also directed Stephen to get estimates for our street repairs, which, we're in year 6 of our original 4-year, project projection due to the way the weather has been and the need for repairing what we had in place. We still have more work to do, but we have committed up to $150,000 to work on and we've got that covered. Neustron has 4 lagoon cells, 2 of which are in need of riprap. The other 2 need it, but they're not in as bad a shape yet. What we have discussed is doing all 4 cells at the same time, which would save us our activation fee from coming out 2 times from our company that we would use. We haven't decided anything on that yet.
No.
Right? Okay.
I haven't decided. I just went and I kinda got an average of what normal cost is, and I kinda overshot it just a little bit, so I'd be covered.
Yeah.
I haven't went out for bid yet, we're coming here to ask first, so.
Right. The city of Neustron has $100,000 to go towards that project, with a guesstimate of $250,000 for the entire project to be done at once. We all know how the cost of everything keep going up. We could do 2 cells, call it good, but then we're going to have another call-out fee or activation fee when we go to do the other 2. You know, rock will probably be higher. You know, and what our council is trying to have the foresight to have everything in place to help with the growth. We want to take care of our current residents, but we want to have everything prepared for the growth, the possibility of. And what we're coming here today to ask you is for $150,000 to complete all 4 cells at the same time.
And that's for 4 lagoons, is that right?
Yes,
Yes.
2 main primary cells and 2 polishing ponds.
So you've got enough lagoon space to compensate for a larger growth?
It's built for a population 2,000.
Oh, okay.
It is built in the early 80s.
Okay.
Early to mid 80s.
Okay.
And just the freeze thaw has got the rock down.
Sure.
On the polishing ponds, I'm having problems with muskrats, so we're trying to make it where we're KDHE approved and not gonna have any problems.
So your lagoons are large enough now to accommodate 2,000 population?
Yep. This summer,
How
I'll
much after, you did the pumps and you got 100,000, your infrastructure money that we give each city each year, is it basically down to 0 once you get to this?
It's pretty close. I mean, we try to keep a little for...
You don't have any play space? I mean, you don't...
Not much, because we're also using different funds for the pump.
For pumps, right.
To help, and then, of course, we're gonna use the special highways along with the infrastructure money for our streets. And, we don't wanna, I guess, basically, Neustron doesn't wanna be kind of the black eye for the commissioners, not being ready for this, what you've started. So.
Does Neustron own, there to the northeast next to 75, does Neustron own that 25 or 30 acres of grass?
No.
Nope. A few years, 15, 20 years maybe? How long has it been gone? The city sold it.
12, 15, I've been there 10, so we got 15-ish years.
Okay.
They're by 75. north of-
That
50
that
to
corner.
75 to 17.
Yeah.
That'd be a good place to expand.
We're hoping that the landowner feels the same way.
I think he does.
Good. We've got, actually, City of Neustron has, one section of, ground off Neosho, which is right to the south of our city hall. We've got it up for sale. We've got a contract until May. Movement is not there yet, but with you guys having had that announcement, I don't know where that'll go, if there will be someone that will want to buy that. And we have one other possible space that the city owns that is back in the south part of town behind the city shop, where what they were called the ball fields. It has pretty well not been developed further than just a practice field.
Do you think that might be something, though, that you might need if you do have growth, that maybe, just my thought.
Well, we haven't put that up for sale.
Right, I just,
And-
there was discussion of it when,
Right.
I was at.
Right, and I think that there'll be more discussion, in March meeting about the possibilities and the thoughts for what the city council has in
Right,
mind.
Just a question.
Yeah. Because ultimately, the council is the one that, I just provide information.
Well, Rhonda called and visited with me about this briefly, just to let me know she was coming, but I wasn't experienced enough to give her an answer. I said, my understanding was that we asked that the funds that we give them pretty well be exhausted before we do anything else, but I didn't have any idea.
How exhausted we got it?
Well, no, how we need to proceed.
Right.
I mean, I don't know what you've done, and you guys have done in the past. I wasn't.
Well,
don't know.
and of course, there's a couple other projects that, we're looking into also, because when we had that ice storm, we got I think everybody got an email from the emergency preparedness discussing, warming centers, and we don't have a generator. Stephen doesn't have one that's a portable one. We don't have a standalone. So, that's something that the council is also has, because we don't want to let our residents down.
Yeah, you were talking about that
Yeah.
when I was there.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that one's still on the roll.
Okay.
I don't know whether Leroy or Gridley or Leroy, wherever, I don't know whether any of them got a generator.
Well, I even called the fire department. I talked to Carl, and apparently they don't have generators. And we discussed that in the LECP meeting.
Right. Like Waverly, we've got a generator there at Waverly.
Oh, do you?
We do, but that's for the fire department and,
Right.
and the city can join, just because the city and the fire department are in the same building.
Correct.
So we have a standalone generator
Yeah.
that we just have gotten the last couple of years. So-
Okay. Well, now, let me rephrase.
And
I do-
Gridley, I know Gridley and Leroy.
I think Carl said he had one or two for the truck, but it wouldn't be big enough to run our building, the
And
community
that's correct.
center.
Generally,
Okay.
generally, what you have, and I think what Carl's alluding to, is that he's got a generator that can open the bay doors and so
Right.
forth like that. But as far as a standalone generator
For
for
warming,
anything else,
yeah.
for warming. But I think at that meeting that you're alluding to, you know,
LECP?
Yeah, it was, most of the towns don't have a space large enough
Correct.
unless they've got their community building,
Correct.
or something like that.
Right. Well, and I checked with the churches, I checked with the Coffee County New Strong Library branch. None of the bigger places where you'd think would have a generator, they don't. So, that's something that the council is also mulling over, but that's all budgetary, that we're waiting to see how all this shakes out.
I know when I first came on board 6 years ago, the infrastructure funds to the cities and the park infrastructure money to the cities has not been changed since day one.
I understand
So there was
that.
some discussion about increasing that. But after a lot of discussion, over a period of 3-4 months, and maybe even the next year, that the consensus was to maybe just leave it alone. Then whenever there was a special project for this city or that city,
Mhm.
they come in and request funds for this special project. That's where we kind of stand here the last 4, 5, 6 years. And
Okay.
to me, this is one of those funds that needs to be, we need to take a serious look at.
And that's what I didn't know what that policy was. No,
It's not, I'm not sure it's a policy.
Or
It was kind of a consensus
right.
to leave the infrastructure money at $1 million and leave the Parks and Rec at 200. I'm not sure what that even is. And then.
Well, and then it gets
address
divided
special-
out.
Then address special projects that come up
Okay.
on the individual cities.
Well, then I guess I did the right procedure, because I'm here with my hat in hand.
But that hadn't been discussed much as far as increase in
Right.
probably 3 or 4 years.
Are there any questions that Stephen can answer that you guys might have?
Got something?
Yeah, so Don, maybe to follow up on what you just said, it's my understanding at one point in time, and Angie's probably the only person here that can go back since she was here, the board established a policy where there would be infrastructure that would go out to the counties. I think there's a letter somewhere.
Yes.
And it would be, each year, that money would have to be designated not receipts, documentation provided to the county about what that money was used for, allotted for, and then, each year that would continue. And I think where things may have gotten a little sideways is some cities, and I don't know which ones, this is what I was told, would store that money and hold it in an account, and then it would just continue accumulating. Is that what you remember as well?
For a major project.
And have it just sitting in the bank to use somewhere later on down the road. And I think, if I remember right, the conversation that somebody had with me, and I don't remember which commissioner now, is it needed to be designated for something, so it just didn't sit and then continue to accumulate. So if you're using it for the city of New Strong for a legitimate reason, but another city's just seeing how much they can accumulate and hold in an account, that not to designate it for something right now, and that you're coming in and providing the details specific for what you're using it for, but others aren't. I think that's sort of where the commission drew a line in the sand.
So you're saying New Strong's leading the way? I like that.
I think what you're doing is exactly what some of the commissioners had mentioned, because you're coming in, you're explaining what you're using it for, and then you have an additional project outside of what the infrastructure monies were provided.
Correct.
You're coming in and saying, hey, we have this other money designated for these projects, we need more, and here are the reasons why. And I think that's exactly what my understanding is why they're wanting.
Thank you.
So if the monies are designated, so the monies are carried over, say, from one year to the other, but it's designated for a specific project, that's what the
intent
was.
That's my understanding, and
Okay.
there's a letter and.
Yes,
Okay.
it goes out twice a year.
Right, when we get our funds.
We've already got the summary from 2 cities.
Right.
This year, and says exactly what they spent for parks, what they spent for cities, or infrastructure, and then it's got a remaining balance, what they got left as of January 1st, I think, or maybe February 1st. We've got that report from 2 cities, but we haven't got it from 4.
Yeah, and they're due.
Unless we got it this month.
At the end of March.
Okay.
Okay.
But those monies that are carried over then, Angie, they're designated for some specific purposes.
Or whenever they have a project.
Or maybe or maybe not, but that's what the intent is, okay.
But if you got cities that's sitting on $3 million of that money and they're not
With nowhere
willing to
to
help
go.
anybody, or help try to build something or help their city out,
No,
then you need to look at that as being,
Whether
Right.
you give them more. or
maybe
not.
you don't need to give them any extra.
And that's
May
why
I
was
just say,
asking-
we do not have $3 million, okay?
No,
Just saying.
I guess-
See, wait a minute, didn't they just do a sewer system up there, redo that?
Well, yeah, they did.
And they had some funds carried over that was built
That
up.
was-
Leroy had the same thing.
And that was specified for that particular
I
project.
think Ridley had the same thing on a sewer.
Exactly,
I
sewer
hope
system,
I'm not
water,
talking out of line on that.
no, sewer system and water system, and that project.
So they can save it up for particular.
And I guess that's what my question was, as long as they could carry that over, but it was specified for.
That's our next
We're using up their carryover here.
And that's fine, but
Right.
Yeah, I think.
We also are looking into our storm drainage situation too, just FYI.
For culvert replacement
Right.
and all that good stuff, which the CIP meeting, we've been working with that too.
Right.
So
In the future.
that'll be
Yeah.
future.
Item.
But New Strong wants to have things in place, like I said, to take care of our current, residents, to stay state compliant, and to look to the future of the growth that you guys are providing us.
Thank you.
Over the last 6 years, we have made, I shouldn't say exceptions, but we have funded some projects similar to this. Well, it's been 4, 5, or 6, and to what cities, I don't know, but it sounds like you're trying to get ahead of the game, utilizing the
stay
funds
with the
you
game.
currently,
Yeah, just-
utilizing the funds you currently have, and you have to finish one of the major projects. you need funds to finish that project up.
Well, there's nothing that makes people happier to have running water and have a place for the waste to go.
Cause if it goes into their basement, it's not a good thing.
Not a good thing. And
You
God
never
help
hear
us.
the good until it don't work.
Where do we pull these funds out of, Angie? Just a general committee improvement?
You can do out of the current year, general fund, community improvement, or you can take it from the reserve, community improvement.
The general has 2,170,569, and the reserve has, where'd it go? Community improvement, $1,706,020.81. I would bring it out of the general community improvement. That's what I would say anyway.
Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna so move that we award New Strong for their proposal they made to us today to award them $150,000 out of it.
General fund, community improvement.
Yes.
I'd second that.
Motion is read. Move to award
Yeah, go ahead.
City of New Strong a grant of $150,000 to the City of New Strong.
I repeated that, hold on.
Yeah, you did.
For the proposal.
For the proposal of for sale lagoon riprap. Mm-hmm. For lagoon sale. Sales for riprap. To prevent erosion. For the prevention of erosion, maybe. Sound good?
I think you mean for, as in FOUR, right?
Yes, for like number of 4.
What state department is it? KDOT?
KDHE.
Oh, okay.
Department of Wastewater.
Right.
There's water in wastewater and air.
And they come in and inspect and.
Yep, every other year.
Riprap for us, for sale lagoon, I don't know how you want to work.
For proposal of riprap.
That probably makes it for sale. The purpose of it, which would be rewrapping the lagoon. How big a rock do they use in riprap?
3 to 5 inch.
How-
3 to 5 is
3
what's
to 5.
recommended. You wanna get a harder rock, try to find the
Do you
best rock.
have a, vinyl?
Or we're just
line?
messing with the edges, we don't have to do nothing with that. I don't think our lagoon is vinyl since it's built in the
So you don't have
eighties.
to put a vinyl underneath the rock?
If we ever
Redo.
clean the pond, yes. But right now, we're just doing some maintenance work to it, so all we gotta do is lay the rock. Is what I was told.
You just try to keep the muskrats and so forth.
And the dirt from the road and stuff like that, cause the rats get in there, it's a mess.
Yeah, there it is.
The last spring, I had to catch them out of it.
You had a, yeah.
Okay, the
I got
motion,
10.
the motion reads, move to award City of New Strong a grant of $150,000 for the proposal of riprap for the for sale lagoon for the prevention of erosion. Funds to be paid from general fund, community improvement. Moved by Meats, seconded by Thompson. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye, motion passes.
Thank you, guys.
Really, thank you. This is great. Sure appreciate it.
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you for
Have a good
the
day.
use of the funds
Yes.
that you had.
We're gonna work with you guys to be where everybody's gonna get, everybody's gonna get water and everybody's gonna have waste taken care of, so just really appreciate it.
Let me know if you have more concerns. I won't know, but I'll try to find out.
Well, and I thank you for that.
I think projects like this is what we're here for.
Yes, sir.
Make these communities
That
better.
was drying up. Is everybody doing all right on their bathroom timing? Okay. If not, we'll keep flying through this.
10 minutes.
We'll hit our 11:35. Assistant Road and Bridge Supervisor Ryan Durst, come on up.
Good morning.
You're the next contestant on the Price is Wrong.
All right, well, you guys have a busy day, it looks like, so we'll just jump right in. First motion I have is for CP2. This is to fill the truck leadman's position that we had open, and so that would be for Doug Young to move into that position.
Motion 2023-15, move to authorize direct the chairman to sign the CP2 for Doug Young, promotion to crew leader, full-time wage classification 40-21, wage of $28.62, effective 3/1/23.
I'll make that motion.
Oh, second.
Moved by McCurry, seconded by Meeks. Any discussion? Here, no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thanks. Next, we have a truck driver's position that is open. That was from Dustin Dorr being moved over to the blade foreman. We'd like to go ahead and advertise to fill that position. Probably filled in-house, but we'll advertise to fill. I know we've got several positions opening. There's some shuffling around going within, some job movements, so we'll try to get the shuffling in-house done and then be going, setting up interviews. Hopefully, next week's the goal, to start getting some interviews done for outside the department.
You say you look for this one to be filled with
Yeah.
possibly in-house?
Yeah, I would anticipate it.
Okay.
Next motion, oh, what number was that?
Oh, I just took it off.
You just erased my motion.
I'm sorry.
20,
Number 2023.
23-21.
23-21. Based upon the recommendation of the interim road and bridge superintendent, move to advertise 1 full-time CDL truck driver. No new position is being added. This request will only fill current vacant position within the department due to promotion. I'll move.
I'll second that.
Moved by Knight, seconded by Thompson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right, thanks. My next one is I have a CP2 for Jesse Stutzman. He's currently employed on the asphalt crew, and he was interested in going to the bridge crew. He's the only in-house person that put in to go to the bridge crew, and so we try to accommodate the best we can if somebody has desires to.
He was just hired in 2022, was he not?
In August.
August, I would say it's pretty recent.
Yep, so I'm just looking to move him over to the bridge crew from the asphalt crew.
Motion 2023-22, move to authorize direct the chairman to sign CP2 for Jesse Stutzman, transferring positions as a heavy highway equipment operator from asphalt crew to bridge crew, full-time within the same department. No wage classification change, effective 3/1/23. Moved by McCurry.
I'll second.
Seconded by Meeks. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes.
Thanks. Next is the time of year to start looking for some summer help, so we'll get that advertised and see who we get for applicants. We always put in for up to 11, but typically we hire about seven or eight, just kind of depends. We're looking right now what our needs are going to be for this summer, and occasionally we may need an extra one for something special going on, but we've always had permission to go up to 11, but I think 10 is the most we've ever had it.
Do you ever have any problems hiring? I mean, do you ever have any?
For the most part, not too bad. There was a couple years that it was pretty limited, so you never know from year to year. You know, we have some repeat people that come back, but you know, over time, some of those have been hired on full time, so, but.
It's a gamble.
Yeah, it'd be for our department, and then one of those would be for the landfill, some are for landfill.
Motion 2023-23, based upon the recommendation of the interim road and bridge superintendent, to advertise and hire up to 11 temporary seasonal employees.
Also move.
I'd second that.
Moved by Meeks, seconded by Thompson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes.
Thanks. One thing we did start doing on that, we started making sure that the schools have notice of that.
You bet.
Try to get some seniors in.
How old do they have to be, Ryan?
18.
18.
Yeah, that's kind of been hard.
Well, I'm just thinking of.
I figured it was 18.
Yeah, I don't know if that's our insurance
Yeah, probably.
rules. I know some counties do hire like 16-year-olds for some flagging and whatnot, but we've always been 18. Next, so we've been talking about the bridges down there, B-127, 128 for seems like several years now. We are ready to let these go to bid. I think everything's in place permitting-wise and plan-wise. This is just kind of an outline. We're anticipating a construction cost of $1.4 million on the two bridges down there, which, you know, and I think 5 years ago when we were estimating it was only a couple $100,000 less, so hopefully that's what we'll have come back. But everything's in place. Basically, once you guys approve it, we'll let this go out to bid, and then it'll get let out later this month. The only responsibilities the county may have prior to this is there's a little tree removal we're going to try to get done before the 1st of next month. And everything down there will be ready, other than electric lines needing to be relocated a little bit.
Do we have any, we've been talking about those two bridges, like, do we have any funds set aside for those two bridges?
Well, there's no grant money on these. This is just our
Well, there's no code, is there?
this is just our projects. So, but no, I mean, we have the money set aside for this, but as far as, yeah.
Got the money set.
Yeah, we've had it set aside for several years now, but.
Do we need to do a bypass? It's been a long time since I've been, a bypass, or is there any inconvenience to any farmers down there?
No, I mean, there'll be a detour route going around, but I mean, there's two bridges there, so, you know, probably if there was one, sometimes you can do a shoot fly and get by with it, but being the proximity of the two bridges, those construction areas are going to be pretty wide, and really there's nothing. There's one individual lives on the south side, but he understands it's going to be
Not
closed.
a very good option.
No, it's not a very good option there.
So how do you create these numbers, Ryan?
This is all through our consulting engineer, and so they just updated on some recent numbers on bridges that were let, so that's just kind of the estimates, so that's, hopefully they should be fairly accurate.
I'm just curious where it came from, you know, who did that.
But no, we deal with BG Consultants on these bridges.
Okay.
Hopefully they come in closer in the jail, right?
Yeah.
Motion 2023-21, based upon the recommendation of the interim road and bridge superintendent, move to authorize VG Consultants, Inc. to solicit formal bids for the replacement of county bridges 127 and 128 on Homestead Road from 2.5 to 3.25 road, yes.
All right.
That's the address.
That's the address.
Okay.
Talking about. Well, I guess that's what that means.
Yeah.
I'll move.
I'll second.
Moved by Knight, seconded by McCurry. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you. We have one overnight stay coming up this week for an employee. Doing some training in Salina for some concrete testing, so it's a 4-day, 3-night deal. That'll be coming up for him, and then we also have some training here in Burlington, asphalt road maintenance class through Road Scholars that will have 14 employees attending this week, and then there'll be, I think some of the city guys from Lebo and New Strong and Burlington will be attending that also. But we'll have probably 2 or 3 classes in the next month that'll be hosted here in county. We'll be sending several employees.
When's the acceleration and turning lanes on several choice locations on 75 taking place?
I'm not for sure. We're getting an update on that in the old 50 and the 6A bridge right now. I can't remember when that was. I think possibly later this summer. They're still in design. You know, I haven't seen the design review on the plans there yet. Changed a few things there. The costs come in fairly high on them, so we're looking at maybe some rock shoulders instead of asphalt, and tweaking on some numbers, and they're trying to get something a little more feasible for us, but,
Could a person do chip and seal? Solid up the shoulder and do chip and seal?
Possibly. I mean, the asphalt will definitely have to be on the turn lanes side of it, but beyond that, they had asphalt shoulders, and we're actually going to rock shoulders, on that. Old 50 is still, I think, scheduled to be let maybe in August. We had a few, Kenny is the one doing all the plans for that one. We've had a final review. We come back with a few minor tweaks on the plans, and they went back. We're just waiting to hear back from the state for the final approval on that, and that's still moving forward. So.
Is this CHIPS issue, or this CHIPS deal up on 50 and 75, is that potentially going to increase, maybe put some turn lanes in that first mile of?
So we've started talking about when we need to get with Cook Flat and have some discussions. The estimated cost on that entire project up there has come in a little higher than what we originally had planned, so we were looking at possibly an option to shrink it down a little bit because of some of the talk that was going to go on up there. So I don't really have any new information there, but I would say definitely that first mile, there's potential that's going to be kind of the outlier on, we may hold off on not doing something on the first mile.
Not doing the first mile westbound.
Right.
On 50. I think that would probably be a good,
Yeah, so I mean, I know there's some uncertainties on exactly what's going to take place
Yeah, I hate to
on the road
spend
side,
money
so
and
that's
have
kind of
to
our
do it.
thinking.
Yeah.
I know that we can shrink that down. I think once we get closer to getting that let for bid, decide what we want to do. But definitely that's something we've been talking about in the office, is the need to change the scope of project there a little bit.
I wonder if a person should talk to the state, now that the CHIPS thing has been put out there, and see if everybody's on the same page. Instead of going through and spending all that money on the first mile and then have to come in and do something different.
Right.
It's better to hold that money back.
Right.
And maybe get some extra.
Right.
To do what needs to be done.
Right. Well, and I know they were trying to find some more funding, because they come back and, there's a clear zone for the amount of traffic, but some of the culverts either needed to be extended out, or we're gonna need to put guardrails, so there's some more costs that we were gonna come up with there. And so they were coming up with some more dollars. To my knowledge, there's not a cap or a top on what we can get. It's just kind of,
You gotta ask for it.
yeah, you gotta ask for it, and then they'll do some looking and see what they can find. So, but no, it's getting closer. We're working through some of the final details on that, and
I've got a question on the concrete testing. So Jimmy will just be able to, he'll test the concrete that's coming in then on the project, is that right?
Yeah, and we actually, even on those bridges down there on Homestead, when they come in there and pour, we send our inspectors down, and we test the concrete.
You do that, you've got your own, within county, you do.
Yeah, we've got our own lab for testing rock, testing concrete, and but that's, definitely, you want to be on top of the concrete that's coming in, and, but.
He's talking about guardrail up on 50. I don't know how many 1,000 feet of guardrail we took off of up there going to the plant.
Yeah.
Which may have already used some of it, but there's quite a bit of guardrail on hand.
Right.
So we want to make sure we use it right too.
No, that's right. And the thing with guardrail is when you're doing new, it has to be up to the standards at that time. We hold on to the old guardrail because if we're repairing something on structures that get hit, or we're repairing, you can replace in kind, but there's some rules there that you have to abide by. One thing is if you're doing new, because they change the style of guardrails as far as the ends especially, and material of guardrail, they change that periodically, and so anything new you do has to be to the newest standards.
Is that all your motions, sir?
That's all my motions. I don't know how you guys are doing on time, if you would have time for an executive session or not. I'd like to just request the board and myself and Wade, and just to talk about the bridge superintendent job. with our department.
Discuss non-elected personnel. What, 15, 20 minutes? 15?
Sure, 15 minutes will be fine.
15 minutes? Oh, come on. Man, this thing goes round and round. 15-minute executive session, the board, Wade, County Councilor Wade Bowie, Ryan Durst to discuss non-elected personnel. Moved by McCurry.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Thompson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. We will enter at 11:25 for 15 minutes. Oh, my knee doesn't work.
I thought I was the one that said something. Question.
I turned it back on.
Now it rings, right? Okay, the last executive session with Wade and Ryan Durst, we heard several different things. The executive session is moved to enter executive session. We're going to do another 15 minutes to discuss non-elected personnel, Road and Bridge Superintendent.
Does that need to be interim or?
No, I think it's just
I
to
think we're
discuss.
fine the way we are.
I think we'll go 15, I don't think 15 minutes is gonna be enough. We're gonna go 20 minutes.
Okay.
I think we can just do a 20-minute extension onto the last, if I can get this stupid thing to work right.
Are we ready for a motion?
Yeah, as soon as I can get this thing, yeah.
Do we need to do that again, vote on
Yeah.
You said 15 minutes.
I'm gonna do 20 this time. Motion to reconvene under last executive session, the board, Ryan Durst, county councilor, for 20 minutes. Somebody can move.
All right, so move.
I'll second.
Thompson moved. McCurry seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
We will enter at 11:45 for 20 minutes.
I'm still asking about waiving landfill fees today.
He already did.
Okay.
All right, we're back. Mr. Wade, I'll give you the floor.
So, two executive sessions, and after those executive sessions, it's my understanding action will be taken. That action being, as the board's aware, as the public's aware, the current interim road and bridge superintendent, Jeff Byer, his last day in that position is tomorrow, and that would expire technically at 11:59 p.m. So that would leave a void for the county in that role and somebody in a leadership position. So it's my understanding the board wants to go ahead and make a motion to name Ryan Durst the interim road and bridge superintendent, effective at midnight on Wednesday, March 1st, 2023. And that interim tag will remain in effect for 30 days and will then be reviewed after that 30-day period, so at or around March 27th, 2023. And also included in that same motion should be a stipend of $1,000 for that 30-day time period.
Did you say 1,000?
Correct. You said 30 days? 30 days.
It's March of 31 days. Does that make any difference? No, he said March 27th be reviewed.
At or around March 27th.
I'll have to get down there to it. I'm gonna put it in there, hold on.
No, I'm not looking at what you put in there, but
Okay.
just.
I was putting in what you were saying.
Yep. Where is it?
Clear at the bottom,
Does
above the to-do list.
Does midnight occur in the morning?
11:59 is still the same day,
Right.
effective at midnight. That'd be fine.
Okay.
Midnight on Wednesday, March.
Jeff's last day is the 28th, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And that 30-day,
Will be reviewed, I'd say, on or about March 27th. Or after reviewed on, it says on.
Or.
And then stipend just needs to be modified.
END.
Alright, motion reads as follows. To appoint Ryan Dersch as interim road and bridge superintendent effective midnight on Wednesday, March 1st, 2023. And the interim tag will remain in effect for 30 days and will be reviewed on or about March 27th. A stipend of $1,000 will be included in that 30-day interim period.
So moved.
Moved by Thompson.
I'll second.
Seconded by McCurry. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you, sir.
All right, thanks, guys.
Have a good day.
Lunch is in the basement.
And I believe at that time, it's time for lunch break.
It couldn't be any closer.
At 12:12. We'll resume at 1 o'clock. 1:15.
So we're not meeting with Katie Ridge today?
Sheriff Tom Johnson, you're on deck.
Well,
Deep subject.
well, I would get up and, talk, but, I'll be telling the truth, I'm kinda lazy. I mean,
It's okay.
we were hoping that Steve would be here at 1:15, he must be running a little late.
Oh, I didn't realize he was gonna be here.
But what we're here to do is obviously, when Wade, tried to help me a week ago and presented you with, of course, the drawings and the contract. That's why I asked Steve to come down Friday and we drew it out. I hope that kind of helped you visualize a little better. I'm one of those visual guys. Angie's talking to me about some things with this, and unless I can go down and kind of see it, it's hard for me to visualize what's going on. So all we're wanting to do is say, this is our final product right now. Where the actual station sits, whether it's farther east, farther west, farther north and south or whatever, this is what we got to have, folks. And so part of that 3-page paper that you're looking at right here, that Wade had last week, was the cost that Prasco had said. I think it was $159,000 and change. So in that contract that he had for you, it said what he would provide and what we needed to provide, like a dumpster for them to throw stuff in when they're, working on the ceiling and ceiling tiles come down or whatever. And then it was what he was going to provide. He's providing the door locks. Brad's working with him on the door locks. So it was just a comprehensive scale of what the cost is going to be. So as far as I'm aware, what we're here to do is basically say we'd like to have that contract approved today so Steve can get things going. I'll tell you this right now. I confronted Steve when he was here Friday and said, Steve, the commissioners and I are going to know 2 things. And those 2 things are, when are you going to get started and when's it going to be finished? We have 3 or 4 jury trials coming up soon, one of them in April 22nd, I believe it starts. And I said, I want this done before that first jury trial. So what do you got to do to make this happen? And he said, Tom, I can tell you right now, the 2 doors going down district court will not be here by then. They're specialized doors, they're bulletproof doors. I have to order those doors. But he said, I can guarantee you the security station will be done by now, if we can get this approved. So at least I'll have my security station where I've got some type of security set up, professionally looking, to be able to greet people coming in those jury trials. So he said that he thought, I said, what's the time span on getting these 2 security doors in the hallway? And he said, 3 or 4 months. Not more than 6 months, but it's going to take time to order those because they're special. But other than that, everything, the electricity coming from the ceiling, the internet coming from the ceiling, he has spoken with, we had Brad down there with us, that we were going to talk to about it, and Brad said there's no issues whatsoever. Brad agreed on how we were going to set it up. Having some computer monitors hanging above that to be able to see the camera systems, to see down the hallway into the courtrooms or whatever. Everybody is 100% on board for it right now and agreeing with our little design process, the project that Steve's done. We're just here to say, folks, we need to get this signed, let's get it going, because we're not, kind of like the jail project. Until we put boots on the ground, nothing's being done. So Steve's cost of $159 and change or whatever is what we need to get approved, so Steve can get stuff ordered and get people on the ground.
Above the desk, Tom, and the bulletproof brass, is there a space between the desk like this and the bulletproof brass up a little bit?
So the bulletproof, again, the bulletproof enclosure will be, let's say, 4 foot tall. Then there's going to be another level. It's going to have 2, almost like the podium. There's going to be 2 layers. One to put your laptop on your desk, and then an upper level to be able to put, your bins for your magnetometer and such. It's going to have kind of 2 shelves.
Sit here and use the arrow. This section from here to there will be all bullet resistant. So the deputy will be able to be behind this area if there's an active shooter and be able to use that as a safe spot to navigate behind.
Above the top counter, there will be nothing.
That's right.
There's no glass,
Yeah.
nothing of that nature.
It's all open above.
At this point in time, that's what was been discuss.
Or something there could always be added. if
Oh,
we-
yeah.
Those that you've already done for other counties or other businesses, the top's been left open?
No, it depends on, the situation. Most of them have had some sort of, most of the ones we do, there's not somebody behind the glass who's got a gun, to be quite honest with you. What we're trying to do is prohibit, or time management, active shooter, buttons pushed, there's something to shield while the guys come that can actually deal with the situation. So we're usually doing, say the appraiser office in Allen County. When you walk in, all that's bullet resistant, but, so if an active shooter happens, the door, all that stuff, it's time management. And where we have in some CSOs, we're in Neosho County doing one right now, and it's wall, windows, and doors. You're not getting in, because there's nowhere for them to run. This is a defensive posture as well as the district court situation, which I don't know if he went into. I mean, that situation is all bullet resistant. So the rendering is an ish, but this is all red indicating BR, bullet resistant, and the glass all bullet resistant, but it's all see-through. So as a guard standing there, whether he's looking at the monitor, he or she, or whether it's just actually glancing down the hall, they'll be able to have full view of what's happening down the district court hall. Okay. And that's what, I don't know if you guys did a little field trip down here and saw, okay.
Yeah.
So,
Short field trip.
right. So this door will open to the south, and this door is an exit that opens to the north. And that's the only way they'll open. And this rendering shows a handle, but the handle will be pretty much useless because we're going to integrate with the county IT's access control so that the same equipment is using here. You still got your key fob, and you zap in, and away you go. So the judge walks in, or a district court employee, and they have the fob, they can walk right up to it, zap in, and go. No need to necessarily deal with the guard, per se, because it's, somebody and so on and so forth. But the guard station will have, once the security measures are taken, the guard will have he or she's key fob, and they buzz that, and then it'll trigger the door to allow somebody to pass through. But if you walk into your lobby, you will not be able to go, unless you can hurdle an 8-foot wall, you will not be able to go into the district court from that perspective. And this is, I'm sorry, I don't want to cover anything you've already covered. So, but I did bring, because I do get asked a couple of times, this is a little mock-up. So this is a little mock-up of what we do that's different than probably most. We build these at a 6-inch, and then we tuck the bullet-resistant material inside the wall, and then frame around it so we can have drywall on both sides. If we do this job as a finished product, you won't be able to tell this is bullet-resistant. It'll just be drywall. But just for understanding perspective, we will tuck it inside, and and be more than willing to provide a sheet if the sheriff wants to shoot it. Allen County Sheriff shot his. We're more than willing to provide some of that material if you want to shoot it. But that does two things. It allows us to hide it, give a better finish, and it provides a much sturdier platform for us to hang those. Because on top of this will be that countertop. Okay. Or yeah,
both of them. Actually.
Yeah. And then we'll hang the other one in here for the deputy's desk, if you were. And I don't know if it was mentioned, it is on that quote. We will source absolutely as much as we can through Coffee County. So we'll get with the lumberyard. Countertop Trends is who will come in and install that. They're a customer of mine. I've already talked to them and say, if we do a job, I need you to come down. We'll have it all built. She'll come in and measure it and then install it through her. So,
how thick is a bulletproof glass?
Well, it depends on the level you get, but it's 2.5 inches, 1.75 inches. But none of that door will have that. It'll be a significant door, to say the least. Both of those will be significant, because they're, number one, they're all glass, and that was done from a safety perspective to be able to see down the hall and what's happening, to shoot it from a camera as well as visually. And it doesn't have to be. It could be done differently. I just, as we went in and consulted and visited with everybody and said, hey, seems to make sense to be able, from a safety perspective, to see what's happening down that hall.
What's in the wall that's bulletproof?
It's a fiberglass sheet that tucks. That,
Oh, okay.
that right there.
Kevlar fiberglass?
Predominantly fiberglass, but yeah. And they make that stuff bigger with thicker to go higher level. This is all level 1 material.
It's got all kinds of fiber in it.
Yeah, that's why I taped it, because when I used to hand that out, and the guys, everybody be like, what? I said, I got them again. I got to get some tape on that. Like I leave, and the guys are sitting there going, that dirty red company.
Don't rub your eyes.
Yeah. So that will be in front of that entire 4 foot. We lay them down, so it'll be a 4 foot barrier between the deputy and the public.
That's supposed to withstand.
Pretty good sized caliber.
Yeah, so it's level 1. There's obviously 10 levels. You can obviously go crazy with it, but the concept is like a 9mm. On the glass, that's the one that usually comes up the most, because you're usually looking at a 9mm in the exact same spot. So if I would have the gun and I were to place it right and be able to just mount that and configure it just right and shoot that 3 times in the exact same spot, I'd get through it. Which is why level 1 is usually about a good enough, because in a shooter situation, you know, no one's putting it. Yeah, you're just stopping it. And in this particular situation, there'll be quite a bit of lumber and plus the other. So all we're trying to do is, if there is something that the guy can, you know, obviously kneel behind, or the gal, have some protective barrier between while the threat's neutralized, and then also have a working desk environment, because we'll have electric and Ethernet in that U, so it'll function just like a desk, and the one downside to this is that we have to get it in there. So I have to bring something from the ceiling down to bring the electric, and we'll use the county electric guy. We'll probably run the Ethernet just because we're there, but we'll bring that down, and I need a channel to get it to that U-shaped, because obviously I just don't want to do, you know, conduit or something. That'd look horrible. So we'll try to dress something up that comes from the ceiling down to get the Ethernet and the electric into that workspace.
If you put something in there solid enough, you could turn around and hook your monitors to that same piece of pipe or something.
So after I came here a day or two ago, and when I laid all that out, and with the sheriff and then sheriff and many deputies and visiting about this, I think the conclusion was I would, on the west side, we would bring one pole down and we would mount 2 TVs off that pole, so that we don't have 2 mounts coming down, trying to free up the openness, because we didn't initially, the design was to have a TV, you know, looking to the north, but then you can't see up on this mezzanine, and so that was a kind of a bad design. So as we thought about it and changed it up, we were going to go to the right. The additional benefit of that is that we offer to the district courts, it's called a docket display. Your county is obviously considering it, and what it will do is, when people come in to see if they have court, we have it in a lot of counties. If you go up the line and you go up to their court, you walk in at the guard station, you'll see a TV. That's us, Butler County. And what it does is you walk in and you can see if you're on court. So you don't have to necessarily navigate security and go through the deal. And you can walk in and there's like an airport terminal TV hanging there saying, judge whatever, has court whatever, this person against this person. And what I'd like to do is hang that portion on the back side of that stand. We'll configure it so that's possible, so that if the district court does decide to do that, they don't have to bother the district court. They can actually just walk in the building and see what's happening, in the court.
That would be east.
Yes, sir.
On the east end. So this would be high enough, so it's gonna be above their vision, standing up, or?
Yes.
That's
These
right.
monitors
Yes.
would be?
That's correct.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I kinda had a drawing on that, it's kinda going above the concept was to go, I mean, you see it, you
Other
see
way.
the magnometer and then the,
Other way, Wade, it's got it on there.
keep going,
Keep going.
right there.
Okay.
That's kind of a rendering of what it would kind of be like in my, sorry about the tape measure there, boss.
We didn't want it sitting on that top shelf, because again, then you're blocked.
wanna have your
We
view,
want it up
yeah.
where we can see underneath of it and see what's going on around us.
100%. And so if we get that far with the district court, what we will do is hang another one back here off the backside of it. I won't hit you unless I get the call. So that we can prevent, slow down. We're seeing, we have it in Allen, we have it in a bunch of counties, that we call it the docket display. What we're doing in the district court world right now, in the old way, they would just post the docket on the wall. Person would come in and could read what judge was seeing what case at what time. We've just converted that and put it on a monitor so that it's fluid. As it's happening, it changes, and I believe your district court is considering that. They haven't signed off on it, but.
Sounds like a good idea.
We think so. It wasn't anything that, it's kind of like this construction deal, it wasn't anything I was looking for. I had a clerk come to me that I've been doing business with for 27 years and said, Steve, I want you to do this. And that's candy for us from a technology standpoint, as far as Advantage Computers goes. Those little kind of things get our guys kind of excited because it's something new versus, your standard PC server camera configuration. Anyways, but it's gone over well. If you ever run up to Emporia and go to that district court, they actually have 3 of them, or 3 monitors, because you have 3 courtrooms on there to tell them what's going on. So.
What's the time frame on construction and everything?
It's a great question. He told me I'd be asked that. So, my understanding is I can come in and do the construction part and get the office thing if I could, because the glass will take a long time. I mean, that's just the nature of my beast. Those doors are going to take a while for me to get. But getting a desk guard station, I can do much quicker than I can the glass. So if you were saying, hey, I want it all at one time, where am I going to be? I'm going to tell you I'm probably 90 to 120 days out. If I can just come in and stand up that guard station, I could probably do that starting within 60 days. And like I said, we'll outsource the electric through your local guy, and then I need to find somebody that does flooring and have them bid that for me. So we'll need to pick out the flooring, what we want that to be, and all that kind of stuff. But that's nothing new for me.
If you're taking out the flooring, what kind of flooring you got to put back in it?
Not taking out the flooring, going right on top of the current flooring,
Okay,
but that
surely screw it to the concrete.
yes, that podium will need some sort of material. It won't be wood. It'll be like what we've done, and some of the other ones have been those little. But I'm not going to speak for what they want, because on that kind of situation, I guess we're going to turn to Eric and say, okay, Eric, what do you want things painted? What do you want? What kind of flooring do you want? And then we usually don't go with carpet just because of a electromagnetic static situation, but and we won't go as crazy as putting in some tile thing or something. But we'll come up with something that people like, that looks nice, and that's manageable from a cleaning perspective and those kind of things.
How much of a step is there going to be from there?
There's one step to the platform. The platform is 8, so the step itself is 12 inches, so it's a good sized footprint to get on. So it's not a very big raise, but it's a gradual raise. So the platform is 8 inches up, and then half of that will be a step.
It's going to be four inches up into the platform.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's kind of a game day decision. I mean, just like the deal we mapped out on all the tape, I love to come in, I put it in an email. I'd much rather come in and have everyone kind of see it. So when we get to the step point, we'll have somebody here with a tape measure and say, okay, do you want a little higher, a little lower? In between is probably the best for that. for my concept, and that's why we put a big 12-inch step to get on there, so there's plenty of foot room, nobody tripping.
Need some space.
Yep, yeah, but to be stereotypical, yes, half of the way up would be our target.
Okay.
So the desk and the magnometer could be done fairly quickly, it'd just be the doors that would be.
You own the magnometer, it's there right now.
Right.
Yeah, but, I can't speak for the flooring guy, the electrical guy, those kind of, I mean, as soon as I get the okay, then my net goes out and I say, hey, I need to meet you here, I need to talk to you about it, I need to show you pictures, I need to blah, blah, blah. The countertop already knows, because I said it's either gonna be this big or smaller, so I was able to budget it and have it in there. The electric, I have no clue. I just know what I do in all my other jobs. I've been doing this long enough, I can kind of get pretty close to what that's gonna cost me. The flooring's the same way. We're doing the one we're doing in Neosho County. Same deal, we're all new floors. So this concept is right in our wheelhouse when it comes to having to quote, get a number to you guys or to anybody, any commish, and say, I think it's going to be in that kind of ish number, and then we go from there.
Did we have his proposal last week? We had his proposal last week.
Yeah, we did. It was given to you.
And then, but I gave him, the day I was down here, an updated version that had a couple of those notes about local vendors. It had updated pricing as it pertains to like a 15-day window as of today or yesterday or whenever it was. Because I went ahead and called everyone again and said, hey, this is getting a little, this may get some momentum here real quick. Had everyone record everything to me. I adjusted those pricing accordingly, and I asked them to hold it for 15 days, and that's what I have in front of you, is a quote for what I can honor for 15 days.
We've been talking about this several months, I'm not sure how long, but
well,
I think we've reached a point that probably ought to proceed ahead.
I could tell you how long you've been thinking
it's been
about
a long time.
Yeah.
Well, you know, and like I said downstairs earlier, you know, most of the time you're building something for somebody that just is a security. They're not carrying a gun. They're not apt to shoot, you know. And so the big thing here is you do have a county officer sitting there that is, can do anything that they need to do to apprehend or stop somebody from coming in and causing harm to the employees. So I think that's the big difference. I know Angie mentioned something about being able to have enough room to get her cart and voting machines out of the...
It's a little tight coming off the elevator, like when I pull the cart off, that corner is going to be right at our back as we come out.
Okay.
I didn't know.
I taped down it was much bigger, and they got a wheelchair out and ran it through them, like, okay, let's shrink it back. We're trying to have it to where two people can sit in there comfortably, comfortable with the quotations on, as far as have two desks in there. One for sure as a guard, the other one's I'm sure roaming around doing he or she's work, whatever that is. But when it's slow and you got two guys on, you know, it'd be nice for them to be able to log in. They'll have full camera access to all the cameras that are in there. At least that's what I'm being told. I'm again trying to integrate. Normally when we do a job like this, guys, I just take it all. I just, A to Z, I don't have to worry about anybody else. On this one, I'm treating it completely different because I'm trying to integrate with your county IT guy and make sure I make him happy as what he wants, and that's the access control component and the camera component. So normally I'm saying, this is the way it's going to do. On this situation, I'm saying, well, I'm being told we can do this, but, and I don't have any doubt that we can. I just, like when I tell somebody we're going to do something, it's because I'm doing it, I know it's going to get done. This situation, I'm integrating with, and I hope this is a great little experiment where it all works out well. And it should. I mean, you got a good IT guy. That's no doubt. So, anyways, and back to the hangar thing that you mentioned with the post that's coming down. That's why I was explaining the two TVs, because when you walk down and you're coming down the stairs, there's going to be two things hanging from the ceiling at this point in time for what we're doing. As it's...
Angie, I know you got some concerns on the width of that. Is that a piece of equipment you can break down now and just test it out?
Yeah, I've got it.
You know, that gap there, that gap is wider than the...
Going out, yeah, going
elevator,
left
probably
is
about
fine.
12, 15
It's
inches.
just getting it off that elevator that it's gonna be pretty tight to,
You know how long your cart is?
I have to go down and get it.
She's had it down there. We've had it down there.
I can bring it out and show you if you want. see it.
So it's whatever you guys wanna see. She says it's tight. Now, whether we cut it down another 6 or 8 inches, I don't know what we need to do.
We're in the planning stages, almost ready to approve, so we probably better make sure that everything's gonna be on the up and up.
Yeah, so let me speak to that real quick. So if you're just shrinking it, by an inch or two, I guess I would ask commissioners, if you're serious about doing it, if we're gonna do it, that we don't have to do today, but I'd like to vote, move on, be done with it, and shrinking it or moving it in or out or left or right, it's operational to where the tape is. It's not gonna change the number to bring it in 3 inches to give a little bit more room, because you buy a 2x4, by 8, or by 10, you buy it by the 10 foot, and you're just shaving it a couple more inches. Has no effect on the overall cost. Adjusting it that way, if you guys decide, if you change the whole configuration how it looks, I'll have to come back and rethink it all. But just to move it or shrink it or that kind of stuff, if we're just talking inches, there's the quote in front of you is good. If you want to take a cart and think about it, and because I won't start anything at the soonest, just to try to accommodate what he asked me to do, the soonest I guarantee I'll have anybody that could even remotely look at it would be mid-March. I may, because I got a construction job right now I'm on in Neosho, and they jumped in whole hog, and I got to honor that deal, obviously, and I've got to get through that. But the technology comes in and out, or the job comes in and out with different things as we get them. I don't have any of the security measures for them yet at this point either, and that job's been on the books for better part of a month.
So if we approve it today, the adjustment part can come after that, that's not.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, you just tell me you want to move it 6 inches this way, and that's getting everyone maybe back down there in front of it and saying, okay, because so one thing to consider in that is, so you'll notice, what you're measuring, sorry, do I have a, okay. So what you're seeing is the edge here, right? Which is at, was it 58? Which is at this elevation. Your cart, I'm sure, is down here, right?
No, it's at the top of the elevator.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, it's 6, 7 foot tall.
Well, there goes that idea.
And I thought about, scrapping it and getting a different kind of cart, but when I put it in my trailer to haul, it's got 2 different shelves where I can stack everything in there up high, and then I can get all the machines I can get on to go.
Well, what I was doing, which isn't going to sound like it's going to work, was point out that the blue tape is the edge of that to the wall, and there's obviously some overhang, so there's a little bit more room to it because that overhang is represented in the blue tape. That's the example.
While he's here, could you just get it out and run it through, that way you can see it?
I will.
Sure. Be glad to.
The revised quote, I don't have it. You don't have
150, 159,
Yes.
157,
Nope.
3.
That's not the new one. The new one's 159.
Oh, okay.
That's the one we got last.
This is one we got last week.
Let me see here. Wade, didn't you send that out in email?
I don't think
I only handed him the quote the other day when I was here. That was.
I can go down and get it. It's on
That's my
desk.
bad. I should have looped you in. My bad.
That's the one I run off the whole bunch.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, this is the one that we got last week, that 157.
Oh, so that's not right.
That's
Okay.
not right. Okay, all right.
So Steve, you had mentioned a number of places that you're doing this same thing. How many counties and what type of projects have you worked on that are similar to this?
From a guard station,
Court security?
Yeah. So Allen, 4 in Allen, 2 CSO, registered treasurer or appraiser, all, and then we did in Labette, we did the county attorney, and the district court. We did something similar to this, but it was all cabinetry. We didn't build a wall like this. We actually put the cabinets, using the same source that I have through them, because that Countertop Trends is just phenomenal to work with. But, so there's been a couple for Labette. And then Neosho, I'm on my second one there. So we have repeat customers because, we come in with, it will, like I told Sheriff the last time I was here, I used, this, that, and the other. I said, you'll be happy with it. I mean, and like the color, the countertop, we'll send the samples, you guys pick it out. I'm not gonna, that's something that somebody else picks out, because I'll get it wrong. The flooring, we'll get some samples in here and let somebody pick it out. And then we'll, hopefully you guys, if you don't, I've got 2 or 3 guys that I work with outside of the county, but we will do our darndest to source it in county.
You recently did something for Woodson County as well.
Yes, that's a great one. We went in and put 4 new bullet-resistant doors. They got a new judge, and they got a new, with that, becomes secretary, and they were kind of, so from the courtroom now, if you walk in the courtroom, you cannot get to, or into the main lobby, or through the hall, you can't get to any of them. It's bullet-resistant doors, walls, and windows, all separating the public from the court. And that was a big job from us, because we had to do the whole, just like that wall, we put a whole wall in, went up, much like this, but it's more wall, because we were creating an office space for the judge's secretary, and so we had to go in and we painted and trimmed and all that kind of stuff. It's not what it's like when he first called me and said, and where in Advantage Computers is construction? And I'm like, wait, it's not. And so I guess I'm completely cool if you guys say, you know what, we're not interested. I'll be like, okay. But
that's not the case.
well, I'm just saying it's not my core business. It's the first one I did was because of a girl that I do business with for the last about 25 years, said, Steve, I'd like you to help me do this. And I'm like, okay, let me, and we brought in, I'm not gonna half-wit anything. I guarantee you will be pleased with the final product, because if it's not, I've done something wrong. It'll look good. It'll function good, and it'll be exactly what we've illustrated to you there. Because my last install is my first reference, which I didn't even reference, which is Woodson, because that's the last one I just did. So thank you for that. But I didn't forget. It's one of those deals. We just wrapped that up. But if you wanted to see our situation, drive down there and see it.
Wade, what was your time frame on when these jury trials were going to start?
First one right now is scheduled for the middle of April.
Okay. So that's what I remember Tom talking about before you.
Yeah,
and how long do you think I know you said you won't have the doors and stuff for the going down to the courtroom, but how long do you think to complete this?
So what I'm probably going to do if we move forward is I'm going to talk to another contractor friend of mine who's done some work for me that I trust. And whether I use them or not, I'll still be the one that's here checking, making sure, because it's got to be done my way. But we will, because my guys right now are knee deep in Neosho. So I may come in, because the framing of it's kind of, that's the easiest part of the job, to be honest with you, the framing of it. It's a lot of wood, a lot of lumber, you got to secure it, and so on and so forth. But I'm going to try to get that guard station up where it's functional from a place to just stand and be behind for that middle of April deal. I'm going to do
that was the point of my question was, I don't know when you're planning to do your work, but I mean, it's going to be a busy place in the daytime once these jury cases are going on. That was my question.
Yeah, and that comes up. It's not just necessarily jury. Because of our work, we are always working around court activity. So the first call we always make is find out if the judge is doing something. that's just not a place you want to be. And so we will always be, so if I can't get any time in here during the day because the judge has hearings or first appearances or whatever from here until April, I don't know what to tell you. You gotta give me free time that I can make some noise, because I'm gonna make some noise.
Well, that's what I didn't know, if your work was all gonna be during the daytime then,
Yes,
or what?
yes it is, yes, sir.
Okay, that's my question.
But we will work around the judge's schedule, if at all possible, to try to meet those deadlines.
Not to put you on the spot, Steve, but as you mentioned earlier from our original conversation, you're Advantage Computer, not Advantage Construction. So somehow you got involved, because are there not others who do the same thing for court security in this area? I know you didn't do the county attorney's office in Allen County, because I was there when that happened.
Yeah, and I don't know, sometimes these jobs are done, they're sold out of another state, they subcontract a guy to come in and does the work, and, if you're not happy, it is what it is. There's no door to knock on unless you're gonna drive to California or, Arizona or whatever. So, my situation, I don't know of anyone, that bundles it all like I do, because really, I take care of all the components, other than a copier. And you're not putting a copier in there, so we don't have to get anybody else in there. But from a technology standpoint, a construction standpoint, the trim, the paint, blah, 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 if we're not in a hurry, my guys do all that. But if I'm in a hurry, I'm probably going to sublet some of that from a construction standpoint, just to try to meet that deadline, providing the court actually can accommodate that situation. But I don't, to your question, I don't know anybody that does what I do. And I think you asked that the last 2 times ago when I was here, and I think my response was to you, Wade, I don't know that I do.
But I mean, you've done it in Lebec County, you're doing it in Neosho County, you've done it in Neosho County, you've done it in Allen County, you've done it in Woodson County.
Mm-hmm.
So this court security, putting up ballistic material into a wall, putting up the acrylic slats, ballistic, ordering it, figuring out what you need, it's not foreign to you.
Not at this point. And that's, even like the electric, I'm just like, I've done it so much, I'm like, because I usually use a gentleman out of Iola, and I can almost tell you exactly his pricing, because I've done it so long, I can say, well, that run's going to cost me X amount of dollars, I'll throw it in there and just move on, and I call him, and I'm usually within, 5% of what he quotes me, and I'm good enough there. I've not worked with the Cox here, who's the county, but they're all. I mean, they're not all the same, but Creighton Cox, I've run it.
He's reasonable.
Yeah. So I don't think I'll bring him in. We'll lay out what needs to be done, and if it. My goal is not to come back and say. If I come back and say there's a problem, it'll be here's your money. I'm done, because. This ain't gonna work. But I've never done that in the past. I've always been able to work with the vendors that I'm working with. Unless I know I can do it if I bring outside sources, because I would use the outside sources to do what I normally do, but I don't want to do that. So if my electrician would come in and do something for $2,000, and your electrician comes in and says, well, it's $4,600, I'm gonna say, I need to know why, because that's not what I bid. You know what I mean? I don't anticipate that, like you said.
Right.
Cox family is a good family. Good people, and one of the guys that works for him is my wife's cousin, so we should be
You got it pretty well typed. Motion's being typed. Where we want to pull this money from? General fund line item, capital outlay. Got 1.2.5 in it, Dawn. Capital, general fund, line item, capital outlay?
It needs to come out of capital outlay.
Okay. 'Cause this is
That's the way I would look at it, it's definitely capital outlay.
That's what you usually use for any building project.
Building project.
Tom and Wade, is this the way you like to see it? That it fully meets
This
the goal
final
that you...
design, truthfully, is, Eric and I sat down and redid this. Steve had us a basic idea of what we wanted, and when Eric and I sat down, you know, with Eric's expertise in security out at the power plant, and that's me doing the research from the other sheriffs across the state that have something like this, we kinda just played with it, basically, and we'd call Steve and say, hey, we're gonna send you a diagram, and he'd say, well, that's not gonna work, guys, and this is why, and we'd revamp it some more and send it back, and he'd send something back, and this is just Steve, me, Eric, Wade, all sitting down together and saying, here's what we want, here's the concept, now you build it, and this is kind of where we came. This is where we're at.
This will achieve the goal that you've got.
Yes, sir, it will.
To the best
Again,
that we can.
I'm all about if we have to cut off 10 inches, make it 10 inches narrower or shorter, whatever, we'll work with Angie on that. The issue came up today with maybe we need to do something with the free access computer that's sitting in there. We're gonna have to move it. I'll work with Jamie on that. But this is what we need here to provide the security we need to keep this place safe.
I'd say a person put that free access computer on the opposite, on the back side of it, on the counter.
On the back side
of your, on the west edge of the countertop.
That's not the issue with space, the issue is privacy. If someone wants to come in to view something, so I'm saying there's a privacy issue.
Okay.
So I've talked about buying a cubicle to put this in. I'll work with Jamie on it to see what needs to be done, but yeah, it's not the issue of space, it's privacy.
All right.
Sheriff, do you think the judge needs to review it, the final version, make sure he doesn't have an issue with it? Or? That I don't know. I don't think we've really talked about that or thought about that.
No, I haven't. I haven't talked to the judge about it. The judge told me that he wanted security, and I've provided security, and this is what needs to be done to make it secure. I will touch base with Judge Wine. He should be here tomorrow.
What day is tomorrow?
Wednesday. Tomorrow's Tuesday. Will he be here?
He'll be here Wednesday.
Yeah. I'll touch base with him on Wednesday to see, but I can't believe, again, that's out of his courtroom. As long as I'm providing security down that hallway, I can't see that he would complain. That open area between the east and west doors is ours, not his anyway. And to be honest, I'm not here to tell Judge Wine, you know, to go play in another sandbox. That's us. That's ours. What happens down that hallway, in that district court, in those courtrooms, maybe his, but that hallway and stuff is ours.
It'll actually be quieter down that hallway now with the doors and the wall we put in.
Sure, it would be.
I think we.
So it'd be a sound dampener out, obviously.
With that, yeah. I wouldn't see the need to wait.
I will touch base with Judge Wine though.
That's not gonna affect what we do today.
Sir, I wouldn't know how it would.
I think you would be more than happy with what.
I would think so too.
Okay, motion to approve the revised quote from Advantage Computers, Iowa, Kansas, in the amount of $159,905 for the Coffee County Courthouse Sheriff Guard Station and District Court Secure Entrance to include Sheriff Security Guard Platform with 4-inch Level 1 security barrier, District Court door, Level 1 security, 8x8, Internet, IT, and electrical to be installed in the courthouse lobby. Funds to come from general fund, line item, capital outlay. That's the end.
County attorney approved that one?
I'm leaving him out. It gets them motions too far. I'll move.
I'll second.
Moved by Knight, seconded by McCurry. Any further discussion?
You might have something in there, and I hate to jump in, but.
Sole source?
Because the questions I was asking, there's not anybody in the area that I'm aware of, and he's covered 4 or 5 different counties that he's doing similar.
Because of the amount, the bid, and so on and so forth. So single source, sole source.
Yeah, so Steve, in the other counties that you've done this in, when you get to this part, are you usually here for this part?
Yep.
I actually sat in the room when they did the Woodson one, and that came out of, that motion was made, and it was, the motion was based on ARPA funds. It came out of the ARPA budget. And that relieved them, of course, they're a much smaller county, but I've seen that, and the one we're doing in Neosho also is it was an ARPA motion.
So that's the thing that has to be navigated.
Well, do we have money in the ARPA funds?
That I don't know.
Thought we had like some things we were saving back for, but I have to ask Bobby on that.
I'm not trying to muddy the water, but no one has, I mean, as you were asking earlier, I don't know who else and how to competitively bid it, and
There's $150,000 left in there. I think it's.
Or something, I think there
Yeah.
was something. Just single source.
Single source is known in the area can perform this.
This service, when we provide this service or technology.
And actually, if anything, it's the sheriff, he can,
There's nobody that can provide this type of service.
Right.
And technology with the bulletproofing in this area, he's the only one.
right, single source. Okay, put my glasses back on. Retyped. Move to approve single source revised quote for Advanced Computers, Iowa, Kansas. No one in the area can perform the service technology in the amount of $159,905 for the Coffee County Courthouse, Sheriff Guard Station, and Guard Court Secure Entrance, include sheriff security door platform, 4-inch, level 1, secure barrier, district court door, level 1 secure 8x8, internet, IT, and electrical, to be installed in the courthouse lobby. Funds come from general fund, line item, capital outlay. I will still move.
I'll still second.
Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
Greg's downstairs running wires right now. Thank you, sirs.
Move on, it's right there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you both.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Would you like this?
Thanks, Steve.
Signature?
Can I-
Is it
Yeah, if I could get a
22?
signature on the quote, that'd be awesome.
Let me get a copy of that.
Then Andy, do you wanna go downstairs
Yes.
with that card? Okay, I'll see you downstairs. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
And we don't get to sit here and sign them all the way for the next 2 hours of the day.
I
guess we're at the bottom of the list other than that, aren't
At the bottom of the barrel. Well, hello.
Hello.
Fancy meeting you here.
Do you need to sign both of these? Or did you do it the back side too, or no?
I didn't see there was a backside signature page.
So we just pass this down to Ian?
Yep, pass the to the end. There you go, Steve. Oh, that's all. I get to look through the
Magic.
checks.
Can we just look for the sign here tabs?
I think they're on that one place.
Okay, I don't think those are our sign tabs.
Okay. Just that little sheet in the top there's all we got then?
Oh, I bet there's more.
Just wanted to ask, is that right?
Yep, we'll have signed on one.
I'll get it
Okay.
one way or another.
Yeah, there'll be more.
They bring the
Okay.
baskets over to the office.
Okay.
Go through.
Did I get that one?
Not sure, I haven't got. There's no place to sign. Casey, there's no summary sheet to this group. This is from the road and bridge, unless that takes care of it. Total here is $154,809.02.
I think that was it.
154,809.02.
Okay,
So that
so
goes
those
back.
probably need to be stuck.
Yeah.
So what about? Okay.
No, this is the same thing.
On the bridge.
Yeah, this whole pile.
That whole pile.
Oh, okay.
Yep,
There's one there.
yep. They use colored paper to separate from the employees' reimbursement and some other categories. That's the reason you've got some different colored
Okay,
paper.
but I need to sign this
Yes,
one, right?
yeah,
So this one goes with this.
yep. And
So this designates a change. is that right?
Just throw it in the box.
do it right on top.
Okay.
I don't think it'd make a huge difference. They
No,
straighten
I
it out
was
if we get it messed up.
Right.
And I think this does have the tab on it where we need to sign, I think.
Yeah.
If I'm looking at it correctly.
Yeah.
So this is.
This here's a card service.
Oh, okay.
It's all the credit cards down there from the month.
Okay.
There's just one page to sign. Or will it stick to this?
Okay. All right. This is credit card.
Yeah, it's all the credit, which represents about $1,000.
Yeah. That's what it was 1,000.
I keep signing my own name on my check.
I went ahead and signed this. I want to ask Wade a question on that. Oh, now see, we made the motion to approve our values per acre, but we didn't make a motion to buy this person's ground. I just wonder if we don't need to change that. Because that motion is only tied to the values that were paid, but it's not tied to any land purchase.
Do you want, okay.
I'm gonna decide, I'll ask them, you can do what you want, so we need to call the city, we need to get some, more information. Resend that motion, and that motion would still stay put.
Right,
But we can still make a motion to divide the ground.
Right.
And that hasn't been done.
I'm just gonna set this aside.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna set this aside.
Put the pen in my mouth and sign with my mouth right now.
Oh, boy.
Nobody will read that.
Mine might get better, I'm not sure.
Well, there's potential.
By the time I get done here.
So this one, CIC, it only paid him an hour of his sick time.
Oh, really?
The way it was coded, it did straight pay instead of per hour, so we had to do a special issue for the remainder.
Okay.
So we had part of it in a direct deposit and then part of it.
He retired, didn't he?
Yes. Yeah, it was just, CIC had it set up incorrectly in the system.
This is sheriff's, isn't it? Got another problem.
Don't. His signature is.
I'm not sure.
I mean, it's on.
It's probably Jeff Bott.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, he started, up until Wayne stepped down, and Wayne signed everything. Jeff, I'm sure, signs most of it.
Okay, I just.
Yeah, his
You know why I
initials on this
couldn't
one too.
figure that out.
Did it work?
Well, they're just gonna have people help get it off the,
Elevator?
so we don't run our
Well-
back into the counter and all
Well,
that.
there'll be two guards
I
standing
said, well,
there.
having people help me will be a first.
Well, that's right, that's right.
So,
That'd be kinda nice for a change.
yeah,
So that's gonna be able to make it work,
yeah, they're just, yeah,
minimal space.
yeah.
The way it's laid out will work for you.
Well, they're just gonna have to have people help me get it off, because otherwise, you know, I mean, I could run into the counter, but,
Right.
but.
But as long as you've got help, I mean,
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, if they can get people that we can just pull it off gently and get it turned, then we'll be okay.
Okay.
Gently, not like
Gently.
killing rats.
Yeah. playing snakes, killing rats, whatever. Are y'all started?
Yes, ma'am.
No, we're just flying. We're nearly done.
Well, the road and bridge basket didn't have near as much in it this month as it did there at the end of January.
Who was that? That's that Steve Fresco.
Oh,
That was
really?
up here, yeah.
Okay.
He got a voice to carry. I'll be a public speaker.
Without the microphone.
Yeah.
No more executive sessions today?
You know, we haven't even hit round table or anything like that. I'm gonna think Wade's gonna take mercy on our souls,
Maybe.
maybe. Hopefully.
Are you done? Or are you still?
Well, I'm gonna sit around for a few minutes.
Mark, you got your, camping spots already booked?
No, we just do that on the fly usually.
Do it on the fly?
Usually.
I've gotta get mine fixed.
So why does this one only have 2 spaces for,
Sorry,
why does this one only have 2 spaces for commission?
those type of sheets, it's just a different format, so I don't know why.
Sign it then?
Just sign it.
Okay.
A lot of times it's 2 or 3 of sign on the same line.
Okay.
That one format's just got those 3 lines.
Looks like I got gypped. My check's not the same as everybody else's.
Sorry?
My check's not the same, but I suppose it's because of the insurance or something. I mean.
So see, last time, he'd only been paid for 3 weeks too.
Well, yeah. Steve's was different too.
Is this road and bridge, this road and bridge, or is this that road?
It's still out of the same box.
The blue one's out of the same box?
Yep. The blue and green is out of the same box.
Okay, so they had our, what we paid, everybody's payroll, right?
Did you get the big thank you from Governor Kelly?
This,
Oh, I just
That
stuck something
should
in the
be-
paper.
Was that, is it last week or this week?
yeah, 'cause
Last
this is
week,
our wages and everything.
Yeah.
I included it
Look
with
at
one of the
this third
pictures,
line down.
essentially.
Oh,
That was pretty
third box
nice.
down.
Shoot, oh,
Well,
Probably.
I left early, if you recall,
This
just
is-
because I had a lot of stuff to do.
221,
And
only
we had
8
paper
days
route.
out, unleaded.
I hadn't been
And
back
that
to the
unload is
office
at
but
10%
for about 5
off.
minutes. And I got phone
Legal
call.
Casey's is 284.
Took it to the state of Kansas.
They're 219 there for
She says, Mark, this is
Well, that's
February. My first thing that crossed my mind was, yeah, sure. And then I was like, well, it did say state of Kansas.
I almost bet it's not Delaware, but it's.
We talked for
Are we-
just a little bit there, and I was like,
I don't know,
well,
we've
it really
been
is.
buying straight no
Yeah,
letter.
yeah.
That's pretty neat.
That's pretty neat.
Cases is
Well, I
319.
called Bobby
I'm sorry.
right away, because I
Cases
knew
is
that he had
319.
worked on everything.
284, legal. 280.
Yeah, he flew right up here.
We was there yesterday for a birthday party.
No, and you're right, because it's 284.
Which, I mean, there's a lot of background work that
289.
went in there, behind the scenes and everything. People don't realize a lot of ways. Have no idea.
Vito,
They have no
when I came by
clue
Vito
what-
last night, they were,
And I think there's a lot of goodwill generated from
314,
that.
I think.
Yeah.
Hopefully benefit us in the future.
30 cents more.
Doesn't hurt anyone.
No, it can't hurt.
I don't think they have a price for it there.
I was impressed.
We could have Angie call and see if that's.
This was done in 221.
It's all been.
But, that price, hasn't prices came down the last week, or?
It came down the last several days, but
Yeah.
not 30 cents.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm gonna set that in.
Ask Angie.
Angie, we got a deal here from Auto Co-op.
Uh-huh.
Just 6 days ago, when this invoice was made, 221.
Uh-huh.
Unleaded, 305.7. I wonder if that's straight no letter, or is that 10% blend? But that price is way too high, regardless of what. I don't know, we need to call somebody. Just like Casey at Legal yesterday was 284. They were just a little over $3, 314, I think, in Burlington. They're 319 here in Burlington.
Yeah, they're 319.
How much is that, though?
And then 319 at Waverly.
This is 305. But if it's straight no lead, it could be right. But the price has been dropping pretty quick. So, pardon?
I think you have it marked
So the price
100%
Price is
unleaded
dropping
right
pretty
here.
quick.
It appears it's unleaded 100%.
Get me a call or go up and find out.
Well, we can find out if it's a 10% or, but even this on 21st.
So this basket goes with its payroll stuff?
Nope, that all goes with the first basket.
To me, that's a little bit
Okay,
high.
well, this
by
stuff's
a little bit high by
county payroll.
semi-low.
It's okay.
It's not just, it goes in there.
Is that what the
Yeah, I'll get it.
ones?
Okay.
Well, it was all in that basket.
That's fine.
Okay,
This one
but
here,
it's, this has
4,000.
lots of stuff other, it has our payroll.
4,000.
Yeah, this was ours, yeah.
All right, that's
And
fine.
then the next,
What's
Yeah.
this one?
this all goes in.
That's on the same day,
Okay.
4,030 of diesel.
I'll
Oh, it's
separate
just
that out
8,000
from this anyway.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure,
Yep, you're good.
I thought everybody wasn't supposed to get
I
mixed
didn't
up
know
in the
it
next
would be
one.
much trouble to call to see that, but that taken.
You want me to call out to Ryan or co-op?
It did,
Okay,
probably the co-op, but Garnett, I assume.
okay.
I didn't think the wholesale price had been dropping that fast, but it's been dropping.
This stuff here is really busy.
Yep, I was just gonna send that other basket down.
Okay.
It'll all go in that basket.
Mark got announcement last Monday, and then our meeting on Tuesday, you have to work some long hours to get the paper ready?
Yeah. I had to skip a few things too, or postpone them.
Well, the article on the announcement, there was a lot of writing there.
Yeah, there was. Yeah. A lot of info. Good deal though.
Do what?
Yeah, a good deal, yeah. Yeah. Well, I guess so.
Call it a day?
No, I'll be back.
You'll be back?
Wait, I've got a question on this one here. A week ago or 2 weeks ago, we made a motion and based on the recommendation of the interim road and bridge superintendent to approve the payment for a road right-of-way as follows: tame grass, 3,200, cultivated grass, 5,500 for cultivated ground. So we put values against all of our ground, and then we've got a voucher comes through where we bought ground, but we didn't make a motion on buying the ground. We probably need to make a motion on it. Well, I don't recall making a motion on that ground.
Ryan brought that in,
Pardon?
Ryan brought that in, or he was in, when we made that motion, Ryan was here, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Ryan Lewis. Because he was the one that was talking.
I don't.
I can't remember.
Yeah, Jeff and Ryan both was here, and Ryan presented the.
I know we
Ryan
voted,
presented
we voted on the
That's right.
values, but we didn't vote on any land purchase that I can remember.
And I don't know if we,
And maybe it's not a life or death deal.
I can't remember how much was that,
That looked 4,500,
4,500.
about an acre, yeah.
I mean, it's under 10,000, do they have to make a motion for that?
I think we always have, but I could be corrected, Jesse. I think we always have. I know on some ground down around Leroy a year ago or 2 years ago, we bought 2 small tracts and we always, I think we always put it into a motion.
Well, I could see probably being over $10,000, but under $10,000 it might not be. Because I think that's their clearance to spend up to, isn't it?
I'm sorry?
Isn't that their clearance to spend up to, anything more than that?
Well, I think that maybe is more on equipment purchases. And I don't know how it's related to the land deal, Jesse.
I know there's not anything in the green policy book that deals with right-of-way easement purchases. There may be something more specific down at Road and Bridge. We could check with, Ryan.
I was gonna say, how does he normally buy, how does he normally, is that a normal procedure, just the way?
This is the first time I've ever been on any ground purchase or anything's come through.
Yeah.
I've never sat in on a motion. I haven't, I don't think.
If you end up with just over around 2 acres of upland cultivated or bottomland cultivated, then you're above that 10,000. Pretty easy. I don't know how often that happens.
That's the end of that.
Okay, where,
These here are going in it.
okay.
So it wouldn't hurt to probably get Ryan in here and get that cleared up. So
She said to put them in the first one, but
What, but these,
that's what I understood.
These all have the general county on
I know,
it. So let them sort it out.
that's what,
so what,
Angie said. Put those in the first basket, so. She
Oh.
said she would sort it out.
these
so.
two?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wade, do you have the documents of the EMP, what all we included, what all was included on EMP as far as the devices going in. I know there's some stuff about the water plants and the whole courthouse and so on and so forth. Do you have that bid document that stated
I think Bobby had that.
what went where?
Yep, because it got revised, and he got with BMP and got the revised document after
Okay.
taking out,
We're waiting for the call back.
Okay. Thanks.
Yep.
unless Angie has a copy of it. But for all the EMP devices that were
Purchased through the county, or for the county through EMP Shield, that $500 and some $495,000.
Yeah.
Do you have what all that included, where, what locations?
If I got a copy of it, maybe, but let me look and see.
Okay, if not, call Bobby and see if he can produce that,
Okay.
please.
So while there's a captive audience, I'll bring this up. If you didn't know, this is on the NextEra transmission line. There are two public meetings being held, and this is pulled from Fort Scott, but two public hearings to give Kansas residents an opportunity to learn more and make comments on an electric transmission line fitting application filed by NextEra. And then it talks about what it is. It's going through 5 counties: Coffee, Anderson, Allen, Bourbon, Crawford. First public hearing will be held on March 1st at the Iola High School, 300 East Jackson. KCC and NextEra staff will be on hand to answer landowner questions beginning at 3. The public hearing will begin at 6. This hearing does not have a virtual option for remote participation, such as asking a question or making a comment, but will be broadcast live for viewing on KCC Commission's YouTube channel. And then a second public hearing on March 2nd in Girard. Why that's important is the line's going through Coffee County, actually starting in Coffee County, but it's not, the hearing is not in Coffee County. So I thought that was pretty important, that if somebody wanted to participate as a landowner or see what's going on, it's in Iola, and you have to be in Iola to make those comments. My understanding is there are some Coffee County residents who may be impacted by the transmission line that will be in Iola. So it's something that I think is important for public awareness, and I wasn't aware that they only have to have actually one hearing. They're having 2 hearings for. No, I think they have to have 2 hearings. I can't remember. But they get to pick where the meetings are held. I originally thought they were going to have one of those meetings in Coffee County, but they're not.
There was some discussion on that. I've only had one Coffee County resident talk to me on it, but there may be others. And I only heard of 1 or 2 in Anderson County. There may be more than 1 or 2.
So they've submitted, NextEra has submitted their line site application to KCC, and their proposed line obviously is of interest to everybody.
Well, you know, I can see some of their views. And especially in the counties that it's not gonna benefit anything at all realistically. In Coffee County, it's gonna benefit the longevity of the Mill Creek power plant.
Possibility, good possibility.
Good possibility, you know, nothing's set in stone, but, I mean, for the greater good of Coffee County, yes, has more to benefit than anything, I would say.
Right.
And as far as the landowners, I mean, that's negotiated between the landowner and
NextEra.
NextEra, correct? I mean, that,
Hey, Angie, this is the red one. That's not in there.
John, that fuel was 100% unleaded.
Was it 100% unleaded? Okay, thanks for
And I'm
checking that.
checking
That
on the E-
probably makes it pretty close then.
Yes.
That Casey's got unleaded pretty cheap. Yesterday it was $2.84.
Yeah, and if you're on E85, it's running right down around $2. Two and some change.
I'm waiting to hear back from Bobby on the EMP
Okay.
shield stuff.
this is just,
It's just in the middle of it.
I guess there was a lightning strike at some, I think, Water 3,
oh, I didn't see a signature page for it. Oh, no, he didn't.
and there was no EMP device. So I wanna make sure that Water 3 was or was not included in the EMP protection.
Gotcha.
Jesse, here's some checks that's in the middle of this one pile, 6 or 7.
Oh, they're not signed, okay. That's not bad.
Oh. So, does this one go by itself here?
It's in the middle of some of them, so.
Were you wanting to try to get Ryan on
Couldn't
the phone
let
to talk
him
about the
find
right of way
double check
purchase
this.
procedure?
We can, or I can call him and see. See if he'll answer.
I'll bring this back to you so you have a point of reference.
Yeah, this is Ryan. I'm sorry I missed your call.
Yeah, he texted me just as soon as it rang.
I'm gonna set this one aside, this is a check. That's all.
Dang, you really got ahead of.
Well, I've got a little run on me there. So we'll see what Tom's doing to me. I'm like, whoa, I don't like coming
Mark, you missed the NextEra. If Wade can bring it up, you could throw the dates in about.
Oh, I know it. I
You know
got,
it?
I got
Okay.
news release on it.
Okay,
And they
about
had-
the hearing?
Yeah.
Okay.
And they had public notice in the last 2 papers about it, too.
Good.
Hey, Ryan, this is Jesse.
Hey.
Hey, you're on the meeting in my cell phone live. Question was brought about on the easement purchase
Yes.
for $4,672. We did the motion to set property values,
Yes.
but Dawn was under the impression that we should be making motions to purchase right-of-way easements. Is that anything that you know about?
To my knowledge, I don't know that that's been done in the past. I think there'd be a limit on the amount, to my knowledge, no.
Okay.
I know that it's been brought up for discussion points, just so you guys are aware of it, but beyond that, I'd have to go back and research, I don't recall any motions for that.
For property purchase on this
Right.
one or prior to?
For easement purposes.
Yes,
Right.
yes. Well, and I was wondering about like a $10,000 limit is something I believe might have been said in the meeting when you presented that.
Emergency policy is, you know, anything 10 to 20,000 is, you know, we have to make you guys aware. I mean, that's like our repairs and stuff.
Right.
10,000, that's why we, you know, bring that stuff to you guys so you're aware of it. But, I mean, then over 20,000 is normal bids, I think.
Right.
For some stuff, but,
Okay.
to my, I'd have to research it.
Okay.
For sure.
Okay, might do some research, we'll do some research and see what we come up with on it.
Okay.
All right, thanks, sir.
Yeah, bye.
Bye.
I was always thinking we made a motion to cover that, but I could be wrong, but.
Not the first anybody to search.
I don't know.
You would think.
Wayne Blackman probably knows he's been bringing him up all the time.
Where does this one go, Don? This goes in the first basket? This was on the Q1 question.
Oh, yeah, it's in the first.
Yeah,
It's in the first.
that's the road.
I'll take it
All
with
right,
me.
yeah, very good.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And then, right, those are
The
checks
check.
that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Your pile's slowly getting down.
Yeah, we're gaining a little bit. I don't know if he's working on more down there or not.
No, all I have is checks. You've got everything.
Yeah, it's knocked out a little bit.
I better sign this, it was in some book. There was a check Dawn handed back that was in something.
Okay.
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 Wait, do we need to stop this and do round table? Is there? We're getting pretty close to being done, but I didn't know if there's things you needed to go do.
Yeah, I'll take off here in
Here's your credit card.
okay, in a couple of minutes.
Let's see.
Do you have any executive sessions for us?
I don't know if that's
No.
necessary.
No. You sound a little heartbroken, did you know?
No, actually I don't. If that's the impression.
False impression.
False impression. I actually don't like executive sessions.
I'm with you.
Yeah, this is tricky. We come to
Was
find
there
out
a
more
question
and more.
on this, is that?
No, I just flipped it forward.
Oh.
Is it necessary?
Well,
Do you have anything, Angie,
I
that
have
the
two
newspaper
things.
might want to report?
One thing is that we got our check from our prescription pharmacy for the second quarter of 2022 in the amount of $41,564.
Sweet.
So, and we get
Do we get that quarterly or?
Quarterly, this is second
Has it ever
quarter.
been that much?
No, this is the most.
How much did you say?
$41,564. So,
It's always been less than 10,000.
well, it was, but it's all finally kind of catching up to what everybody's using, but, so just to kind of, I don't know, give you some feel-good thoughts, I guess, you know, we pay for, insurance contractor to help us with our plan, and they charge, it's about $35,000 for the year, so 1/4 of these prescription payments pays for that, and we weren't getting these rebates before,
Oh.
so,
That's good.
so, just kind of.
Negotiating the drug prices, is that what that's from?
Yeah.
Oh, good negotiation.
See, that's tied to Gallagher, isn't it?
Yes.
Tied to Gallagher's getting us.
And then, and Dawn's on that committee now,
Yeah.
so when we have future.
I don't have to be on it.
Well,
I'd
right.
like to be on it.
Well, yeah, and so when we have future meetings with our self-funded insurance plan, he'll be the one sitting in instead of, well, before it was Bob, before that it was Kenneth, so,
Sure.
yeah.
How much that is the cost of the premium? What's the premium per quarter?
You're asking me something I can't tell you right off.
That's fine.
I'd have to look into it or check.
41,000, pretty good.
Click, isn't it?
Well,
And that's just on the
your
pharmaceutical
you
part of it,
probably
isn't
don't
it?
have,
Right.
you probably don't have do you have premium on your drugs?
Well,
You
no,
probably don't.
it's included in
built
our
into-
health
built into the
insurance.
package.
Oh, okay,
Right.
built into the health
But
insurance.
that's only the pharmaceutical, you got the other,
Right.
the other part too.
Right.
And even though we put out premiums for our employees and that, if we really, if we took all the numbers of what we're spending, it probably wouldn't be what that premium is or whatever, it's offset somehow too, so. So anyway, that was good news. And then the last thing I had was, we've got some appointed positions coming up here in the next couple months. I highlighted them in yellow. And so your district is on there, so if you want to check with those people to see if they still want to be on, or Nathan Strotter from Planning Board has already been in to pick up an application. So, I assume he's probably going to want to be on the Planning Board, but, the others, if you want to check with them and so we can get motions prepared and have them reappointed for coming up in April. I'm just trying to look ahead there, so.
Got that one at 12/31 up to 22.
So,
Yeah, that one's still,
check with the people in our district.
yeah, if you want to
What you'd
check
like
with,
for us to do.
if they're already on and you want to check with them to see if they want to reapply, then I've got applications for those. And if they don't, then we need to find someone in your district that will want to fill.
Okay.
Wade there in Coffee County Planning Board, Lyle Fisher's,
Mhm.
he's in your district, but he's been three miles of us, or of mine. If you don't mind, I'll take care of course, you go drive by Lyle's
That
every day.
doesn't matter either
Okay.
way. Whatever you wanna do, Don, it doesn't matter.
I'll see Lyle to the basketball game Thursday night, I'll just take care of it.
That'd be fine if you wanna do that. I may need to get a phone number or something if you have one for one here.
Okay.
How many years
I
did
can
you
do
guys
that.
work together?
I'm sorry?
How many years did you guys work together in Fisher? Wow.
You know, I was there 36 years. Lyle came on board 5 or 6. I brought him on board from the Humboldt Co-op.
Really?
5 or 6 years after that.
Oh.
So we were together probably 30.
Thank you.
And he worked 13 or 14 beyond that. He
Yeah.
worked 41 or 2 somewhere.
Yeah, after you retired, then he took over general manager.
Yeah. And even though I was manager and he was assistant, we didn't do nothing, we didn't partner up.
I know you did. You guys made a good team.
We partnered up on everything. And to me, that's all we do.
Oh, it is.
Angie, here's one from Angel Armor.
That's that property purchase.
It's Truth,
And there's the checks for this big batch.
855 9X11, and it looks like it's coming through the sheriff's department. 10,000, but I don't know, and it's probably fine.
And you put these in the basket.
There's 2 purchases of 8 different something, but I'm not sure what it's all.
I'm not sure, they probably want to go back to.
Maybe armor. Do you know, Wade, if it would be like body armor or something on that?
They bought 16 of them.
I'm betting it is.
Here's
Okay.
a pile of checks.
Perfect.
Yeah, I'm sure it's something. For that price, I'm sure that's what it is.
I'm sorry?
I'm sure that's what it is, because their body armor only has certain shelf life.
So is this one with, well, let's see.
Stuff gets expensive.
Yeah.
But saves your life.
Yeah. I guess it-
Can't put a price tag on that.
Slid by the way.
Okay. It must break down over time.
Yeah, a certain amount of, like Wade said, shelf
And
life.
there's not a signature thing on.
No signature fire percentage and stuff
On
like that.
There you go, Tom.
I think they'd still
We have.
work, but probably over time and just deteriorate.
Not be as
And maybe
effective.
this doesn't have a signature page, or I'm not sure. what it is.
Oh, right.
Oh, well.
It's all right.
I'm
It's a long,
sorry.
it's been a long day.
I'm sorry.
Ballistic sheetrock, when that was put in Allen County, there was a small sheet like this that I had sent out to the sheriff's range, and they tested it with a bunch of different caliber weapons, and still sitting in the drawer of that office, there should be the bullets just showing on the completely mangled and compressed. The stopping power of even a 1/4-inch ballistic sheetrock is impressive.
Density of that sheetrock is outstanding, especially. I mean, I haven't looked at your bulletproof sheetrock. I'm sure there's fibers in there, isn't there?
Good.
It's got fiber in there.
Yeah. But for a 4x8 sheet back then, and that was 2011, it was around $500 a sheet.
4x8 sheet.
Yeah.
I bet that stuff's heavy.
Oh, yeah.
That stuff's heavy.
That ceramic glass is even heavier.
Yeah.
But it has to be that thick.
To stop it. Oh, did you email that revised Bailey's agreement to me and to them?
I emailed it to you.
The revised?
Yep.
When?
Earlier today.
I didn't get it.
My plan was to do it over the weekend and to have I found one of my longtime dogs dead in my backyard, so
Oh, no.
that sort of,
Took precedent.
yeah. 16 years old. So,
Lived a good life, though.
yeah, for that long, just, you think you're ready for it, but it's still,
It's tough, isn't it?
yeah.
They're part of the family.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Have you been sick?
Just old. I had him, I got him in 2006. And he's made it this long, still plugging away. He was blind. But went outside, and he's just laying in the middle of the yard.
Tuckered out.
Yep. So,
And what breed, you told me before, what breed dogs?
he's a Yorkie.
Oh,
He was the last.
Oh, he was
of
a
my-
tiny dog.
He was a small dog. Heart of a lion, though.
Charged it, so you gotta charge the laptop. You charge
Oh,
the-
that's how-
There you go.
Do you have any other two items that you have for that?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't looked at it.
So that was one of the things on my list. I know you had mentioned roundtable. I don't know, did Gallagher get the letter put together that we had talked about? Or are they still working on that?
I think they're still working on it. I haven't heard any more from her.
So do you care if I mention that?
Oh.
So there was an issue insurance-wise that personally affected me when I went to pick up some prescription medications from when I was, had some sort of upper respiratory thing that I got some antibiotics for. And I discovered when I went to check out that my prescription coverage at a minimum had been canceled.
Mhm.
So I said, no, that can't be right, I just got this card. So they took my card, called, and the people on the other end said, oh, no, we show effective beginning of January and then canceled January 23rd. This was the 24th or 25th. I said, no, that's not possible. Like, yeah, you're canceled. It's weird. That doesn't happen. So, like, well, I figured it out, but I wanted to make sure either it was an isolated incident or it was something that would affect, if it affected everybody, that's obviously a problem. So that led to me coming in, talking to Angie, and to make a long story short, she called, talked to the people with Gallagher. They indicated it was an isolated incident. There were maybe some other things that had come into play, but I said, you need to check with them and see if they put a letter to go out to all employees that if there is an issue, it's an issue on their end, because otherwise employees are going to come to Angie's office and say that it's Angie's fault and her staff's fault, and that's not fair. So my understanding is that that's what they're doing. They're putting a letter together, and I think right now, because checks are going out, if somebody does have an issue, they need to immediately notify Angie so that they know, but it's on the insurance side, not the county side.
So I got a question. Did you, not to call out any pharmacies, was it a local pharmacy?
Yes.
That you went to? See, we had the same issue with our drug cards at the same pharmacy. So I think it was something between, and we don't, I mean, we have ourselves IMP or IMPG or whatever it's called, and it was kicking it back saying that they had been canceled. So I don't know if it was an update that these self-funded drug prescription card people sent out, and it went into these pharmacies that we went to and screwed everything up, but we had them as well.
Well, there's Angie, or whoever her contact is, they researched it and they discovered
About 6,000
that there was some extraction in the new year that added or moved something into another file, and somehow that's what
The
caused
file
the problem.
didn't load properly or
Yeah.
something.
That's what I don't know if this,
The third-party administrators didn't do something right, so.
and maybe our companies are using the same third-party administrators, but
So,
we had the same problem.
so I only mention that in case somebody has an issue, that it's not an issue with the clerk's office, it's not an issue with somebody over there, it's an issue with whoever is administering the insurance cards. And I say that, so that Angie's office doesn't take any heat, but I also mentioned, and Angie knows, I don't care what their issue is on the other end, it has to be fixed, because that's not acceptable.
Right.
Especially when you're talking about somebody's medical coverage and prescription coverage, and that's why I suggested they need to put a letter together, accepting responsibility, and say, if there's an issue, we'll fix it, it's our problem.
So I'm wondering, now that we're kind of on this information quest, we received, well, actually my son received a letter from Newman Hospital. He went and had a procedure on his shoulder, and it stated basically, we don't recognize your insurance company, we're not gonna do the filing, we're gonna send you the bill and you do the filing to your insurance company and they can pay us. And I'm wondering if Coffee County is gonna have that issue with their employees when they go to Newman's or something like, I mean, which you want them to go to your local hospital, but he was referred from Coffee County to Newman's, and they didn't accept the insurance.
I don't have any good answers. I've heard that Newman, for whatever reason, does not honor, recognize the county insurance, which I don't have a good answer for that.
I can add some information to that. I've talked with the CEO over there at Newman, and they've provided a contract that I've sent to Gallagher to review to see if it's acceptable before I even give it to Wade. I wanted them to let us know if it's acceptable from the insurance viewpoint. And they said that they're still working on it. This was just last Wednesday. They received the feedback from VML, and there's some concerns that the contract pricing is not in the county's best interest. There are also some things written that they cannot administer. So they've been talking to Providers Care Network, and they're going to reach out to Newman to gauge their interest in joining their network again. She said hold off on signing the attached. She understands the goal is to get it to where Newman can be in network for the Coffee County members. So it is still in the work right now. So.
Which I find that it's as simple as filing the insurance claim.
You would think.
They have to do it with everybody else. Just because they're not familiar with the card or the name on the card, they choose not to do it. And I find that wrong. If Billy that has no insurance walks in there, they probably got to fill out 18 pages to get paid from the state.
So if somebody in Coffee County, for example, went to Anderson County, would Anderson County recognize them?
Yeah, I haven't heard any issues. The only one I know in the area is Newman.
If somebody goes
I've heard the issue with Newman.
Yeah. Now, I will say, if there's an emergency situation here in Coffee County and they're shipped to Newman because Newman's the only cardiac or
Well, other than Stormont, I mean.
well, right, but they're our closest one.
Right.
That if they shipped them there, it would be covered somehow. In that scenario, but if it's just going over there to get a procedure done or something like that, they won't.
I don't think there's a doubt if it's going to be covered or not by your insurance. They're not going to file it.
They just.
Oh, okay.
They want the employee to file it. They will not do the filing to Coffee County Insurance or to my insurance.
Okay.
They make you do it, or you pay it, and then turn around and have the insurance company pay you back.
Yeah, you try.
Which I mean that's hypocrisy. I mean I don't understand it.
Do they charge a discounted rate? So
I even called and asked for a discounted rate, and they said, nope, just send it to your insurance company. I said, well, this could take months. Oh, we got that figured. We take that in consideration.
Yeah.
It's laziness is what it is.
I don't know what their reasoning is.
But they do contract with a couple other companies somewhere over around.
Probably can't, as far as the hospital does?
Yeah.
Probably a Kansas-based self-insured, would be
Maybe,
my guess.
yeah, but-
Because see, Blue Cross Blue Shield kind of has a self-insured program as well, and I'm sure they accept it hand over fist, but just because this is out of state, they're not. They're being pains in the rear ends about it, is what it's been. So, I kind of find it. When somebody is sent from the Coffee County Hospital to the Emporia Hospital, that they're not gonna accept the insurance or file the claim with the insurance company?
Yeah, on a referral.
I mean, come on.
Should I go ahead and put this in the basket, he's made contact with Ryan?
I'm not going to
That-
contact
that's on the-
information for that individual, so I can
That was in the first
I
list.
will. I've got it for you.
You'd think they'd want to participate and honor as much as you
That goes
could,
back to Andy.
because that opens up opportunities down the road.
Right.
But they just.
That goes in the first basket.
Okay.
They don't like it because there's people with this insurance that call them and haggle over the pricing of an Advil instead of charging $10. What they do is they do like a 300% over Medicare, Medicaid. Well, the hospital says that's not enough. That's 300% over Medicare, Medicaid. 300%. And they said Medicare, Medicaid is so low that 300% isn't even putting them
Even if they discount, it, you know, 2/3, the hospital's still getting their 100%. So, not to change the subject, there's an invoice here for Commerce Bucks for $9,400. I get, what's that all go for? I didn't remember it being that much here a year ago.
What was it, Commerce?
Commerce Bucks
Commerce Bucks.
for $9,400.
Oh, Chamber Commerce?
Chamber, I'm sorry.
It's for 2 years. So, for last year, and then it's for 2021. They, when they were doing their books, they found that they didn't charge us for the previous years.
Well, I didn't remember it being that much, but
Yeah, so it'd be like half that, or somewhere around there.
Well, there's two invoices there, one for 42 and one
Yeah.
for 46 or 7.
Yeah. And so she had been out sick, and so, she missed it, so.
So we're paying 2 years at once.
Yeah. And I want to thank Wade for bringing that up, because I definitely don't want to be blamed for the insurance issues, but I will say that we are always willing to help the employees get it resolved.
Sure.
Always, so.
Well, it's in the best interest for the county and the employees to get it resolved as soon as possible, because you don't want their name going in the paper.
No.
I will add that on our insurance, which might be different than the county's insurance, is we've got a company that goes in and, itemizes and checks the pricing, because people hit the wrong key all the time and charge the wrong amount. And so they will go in, say the procedure's $10,000, well, our second-hand company comes in and goes, no, that's a $5,200 procedure. And so they will send them the check automatically, $5,200. Well, a lot of times the hospital don't like that, so they'll accept the $5,200 and then send the patient a plus bill.
The balance.
Balance bill.
Really?
Yeah.
I just have two other things, and then I'll walk out in the hall. One of them, I try to go into the high schools anytime I'm invited, so I went into the Burlington High School last week into Mr. Over's class, and was there all day presenting to a number of classes, just what I do and kind of the operations around here. Then they come in and they see the judge, and I think Eric Smith is going soon to talk to him about being a state representative, and I'm sure there's other county people that come in. If any of you get invited, I encourage you to go, and I don't know if they've ever even invited a county commissioner, but I think that'd be important for someone who's sitting in one of your seats to go and talk about what you do, because for somebody who's not been in this role or in your seat, I think their head might explode if they realize all the bandwidth of the different things that you do and decisions that you have to make. And I think that's important for even high school kids who are seniors and trying to understand how county government works. They get it at a 40,000 foot viewpoint because they cover things, but you know, there's so many things going on here locally in our local county government and big decisions being made. I think it's important they understand kind of how that process works.
Right.
That although you guys meet once a week, it's a heavy load to carry, and you guys are in charge of the purse strings for the county, and that's a big. Those are big shoes to fill. So that's one of the things. The second thing is more seed planting. Next week on the agenda at 9:05, you'll see the Burlington Wildcat Care Team. That's a group of high school students who have come together, and they're in charge of the hygiene locker for Burlington High School that sort of spread into the middle school, and I think will go into the elementary school. They provide sort of a service to any student who may just want to go in and anonymously grab something that they don't get at home. And that also needs to go out to the four corners of the county and cover the entire county, because you end up historically with in some instances, people who don't have those type of things and the things we take for granted each and every day. These kids can get into school, go home and have them, and nobody will know any different. It helps build the morale of that student. It helps to probably combat bullying and other things that go on. So when they come in next week, I've agreed to give them some funds from the diversion fund to help get them going. And you might consider also providing some sort of assistance to them to get them going as well. But one of the conditions that I had is that they come in and talk to you about what it is they're doing and why it's important. So when you see them on the agenda, my guess is they're gonna be nervous because they're coming in, they've never done this, they're getting out of class to come here. And I think it's a great project, so.
Good. Well, thank you for your efforts on that. That's great.
I didn't do anything. I just want them to be recognized and then get it in.
And they're called, the committee's called what?
The Burlington, it's the Wildcat Care Team.
Wildcat Care Team.
Yep, and they're on 905
Yes.
next Monday morning. So,
Okay.
want to see it go 4 corners of the county. It needs to be in every single school in the county. So,
But doesn't the county have a one day where all the schools come in, Andrew?
In October, usually.
Yeah, I know Bob is one that has really enjoyed being a part of that and representing the county.
They come in
It's just,
around
no, oh, cool.
1st of October for Government Day, and they go through various offices and get a presentation and tour and all that.
so I've been to Burlington to talk about what I do. I've been to Burlington, all the schools to talk about mandated reporting, the high school, middle school, elementary school. I've been to Waverly, I've done that. I've been to Levo, I've done that. The one I'm working on getting to is South Coffee County, and I'm actually in the process of getting on the schedule to go and present, similar to what I did in Burlington, to one of the classes in South Coffee County. I've been to Waverly, usually in the spring, so sometime soon I'll get an email from some students, and they make the students reach out to me and then meet me at the door and kind of walk me through. I'll sit and eat lunch in the cafeteria with the students and go up, and it's a good thing. If you have the opportunity to be a part of it, I think you should.
Yeah. Okay, I'm not ready. I have time.
So that's really all I have, unless you have anything for me. I know you're gonna ask about that agreement.
Mm-hmm.
It's in your inbox.
Okay, I just gotta check it when I get to the office, if I get to the office today. It wasn't at 6 o'clock this morning, 'cause I was there.
Yep.
Keep signing paperwork, I guess. Then we'll finish up our little round table towards the end of the day. Go ahead, take care of the bathroom.
If you need anything,
Yeah.
don't worry, let me know.
Gee.
I shall.
Angela, here's the invoice for Kansas Natural Resource Coalition. $5,000. What did we get out of that? I don't remember seeing that before, but we probably have every year.
Sometimes me looking at it helps, so let me see what you got.
Probably an annual deal, but what's the benefit?
It is, it's membership
What's the benefit?
dues, this is the one that Tim's going to out at Garden City. That you guys made a motion for him to represent you at the, was it at the first January meeting? You made a motion for him to represent Coffee County Commissioners at this.
Of course, if we did that, I wouldn't hear it. Which don't make any difference. Because I missed 6 weeks there. What's it on?
Okay, if you read at the bottom there, coalition.
What's the value of that organization to us?
Well, the last thing he had talked about was, when they were discussing the bird that had to be.
Lesser purchase.
Oh, lesser purchase.
Yeah, that.
See, that's what Tim's working on a lot.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah, but
part of this.
that deal with the lesser purchase, that's been going on for 20 years.
Yeah, that's been an
I mean,
issue for 20 years.
That's been an issue for 20 years.
That Angel Cushing's a member of that too, I think.
I'm sorry?
Angel Cushing,
Yeah.
she's a member of that, they go to.
Oh, and Emporia?
She's up by Emporia.
Yeah.
I don't remember that discussion, I might not have been here, but I wasn't here for.
Yeah, let me
in
go in,
November,
let me pull up those minutes.
I'm just kind of curious what their purpose was.
But that's 5,000.
That's pretty hump.
Is that 5,000 a year, Angie?
Yeah,
Was it a one year deal?
yes. You were just doing it for this year, I thought.
I don't mean to be questioning it, but I just.
Yeah, that's fine. Let me pull up the January minutes, I don't know if it was January 3rd.
These guys are individuals. You were taking the trash out there, this bus. And there's a commercial one coming in, do a job.
Is that individual here in the meeting, that individual?
No. Honestly, I can't remember.
We were on
Was it before you guys?
We were. What?
Was it before you guys were here?
Well.
Yeah, I mean, we were here though.
We were here, but I can't.
I don't really recall.
Let me go back to 2022 minutes.
We didn't get seated till the ninth, right?
Right, we were seated the night.
I know
Okay,
I missed
yeah.
this November meeting, the first
Move
one.
to appoint Tim Johnson as the proxy for all future communication with the Kansas Natural Resource Coalition on behalf of the Board of Coffee County Commissioners.
That's Tim Johnson.
That was December 27th.
Does that reflect on his?
Well, I mean, you're paying the dues, so he's going on behalf.
He's part of this coalition, is that correct?
On behalf of the commission.
On behalf.
By this motion. Did it not work?
Well, should they be 4s or should they be a 5? Because it's 5 payout stuff.
Oh, is that payout?
Yeah. It
Okay.
says it coming down, it says it's going away.
Okay, so then it should be 5. Oh, shoot,
Yeah.
okay. Let me go back and fix those then.
Yeah, that's money we're sending to.
Gotcha, I was thinking, sorry.
It's all right.
Okay, I'll go fix it.
Okay, but anyways, 5011,
Yeah, if that works, whatever.
yep. Be peachy, thank you.
Yes, thanks for catching that. Probably can't keep them away now.
notebook then.
Oh, you know what? Did you leave it on top of my cart? I remembered you set it up earlier.
That might explain where it is. That might explain where it is.
It's safe.
It's safe. It's safe.
It is safe.
What's he looking for?
Oh, his notebook, I think he carries a notebook, a little brown notebook around, I think he laid it, but apparently he laid it on that cart that they.
Laid it on the cart?
Yeah.
Went back to the locked-in
Yeah.
room.
He said, well, it's safe. So this has already been paid, I take it, is that right, on this?
It will be when we sign it. Heck, I haven't signed that one either. yet.
No, he didn't, and I haven't either, but that's.
This is voted on, we just need that.
Sometimes it's,
I certainly don't remember anything about it.
well, when Wade said he was here, we were here, and I can remember some discussion on it, but I can't remember even how it was presented anymore.
That's an annual deal, as far as I'm concerned, we're gonna have to do it next year.
That's right. Because a lot of this stuff is, well,
Pretty expensive anyway.
well, it is. Did he?
It was there.
Because that lesser bird chicken thing has been ongoing for 20-25 years.
There's no
now.
reason to, probably would.
Well, no, there's not. I mean, we don't have the lesser bird chicken in our part of the state anyway, you know. We have the, look how big a flocks we used to have in just prairie chicken itself.
We've lost our prairie chickens in this.
We have.
They're still, in east of, or west of Gridley, they're still, can you get out there and hit Greenwood?
In the big grass, yeah.
They're still still out there.
They're on.
I haven't seen one, he used to have, there's quite a bit of grass west of Leroy, back to the south towards Yates Center. Quite a bit of grass there, and, I haven't even seen any prairie chickens in that area for 5-6 years.
Gosh, we used to, 50 years ago, there used to be huge flocks of prairie chickens.
Well, east of Leroy, you get over there in Anderson County, one area where there's a lot of grass,
Yeah.
southwest of Anderson County. They'd be lined up there for a mile, they'd be 50 hunters along that
Oh,
one
yeah.
mile.
Down by
They knew where they was coming.
Really, there used to be.
She doesn't want to do it on that board.
I wasn't too sure what per se.
The one you were asking about the phone number on that board.
Oh,
She doesn't want to do it again.
okay.
So we need to find somebody else for that district.
This one for the library
Yeah.
board?
I messaged to get the phone number and she
Oh,
said
okay.
she's not interested in that.
So, wonder what that consists of. 4-year term, just once a month?
We can look at the books, third Monday.
It says,
Monday,
it says meet
yeah.
third Monday at 6 P.M.
Okay.
Probably monthly.
Yeah, it's for the third one.
Okay. So just anybody from District 5?
Yep. Yep. You'd be interested in serving.
Okay. That might be.
Not that they probably want to, but could a commissioner do it?
I don't think you
Yeah.
can because you appoint the board.
Okay.
That's right, that's right. I asked that question once before, I forgot.
Get smaller Wade.
I don't know if he's got anything hid over there yet or not.
No, my floor is open. what's Samantha? What district
I'm not
is that?
sure. I
Maybe
don't,
there's District 3, I'm sure.
yeah.
That's
And that would be
Benham.
one.
Oh, I thought Bobby,
Yeah, he was trying.
he was trying to get somebody, I remember that.
Yeah. And then, two, this would have been two, one. So.
What?
Oh, tuck it in there.
Okay. Well, if anybody's looking my way and talking, I'm deaf, so I think they're talking to me, okay? I will get you a check.
Next week, yeah, that's fine.
Is that okay next
Yep.
week then?
Yep. Plenty of time, and I put your, itinerary or all your hotel stuff in there too.
Yeah.
When I reserved it last week, it only did it for one night for
I
some
see.
reason, and so we went back up the second night, so you're good.
I'm able to get it
You're
though,
good.
huh?
You're 3 nights, actually,
Okay,
yeah.
okay. Very good, thank you.
Uh-huh.
I've only been to 2 or 3 of the meetings, because it's on Wednesday night, same night as our watch meets and things.
I see.
And he's been to all the 3 meetings I've been to, he's been to.
Later on.
Thank you,
Yeah.
sir, have a good week.
Well,
Lyle takes back in for it.
yeah, Lyle.
Yeah. Well, that's who's.
Yeah, I asked him, see, he's on that, he's, you know, that's what I wondered, if he's gonna wanna be back on.
I would say Lyle's getting quite well. Is he doing better? Quite pretty well.
Good.
I talked to him for 30 minutes or so the other day.
That's good. Great neighbors to me.
Still got a ways to go, though.
Yeah, yeah.
How did the meeting go last Tuesday with the on-time pay?
Oh, with department heads?
Mm-hmm.
Good. We are having a demonstration tomorrow at 10 o'clock here in this room. So if any of you want to come sit in to watch for the time clock plus.
With the different company.
Uh-huh.
And the department heads are gonna be here, is
Yes.
that correct?
Yeah.
Good.
So we're gonna do it in here so we can have the TV screen, so. So we will see how that goes going tomorrow, so.
So did you get anything lined out on real-time pay?
Oh, real-time pay, I was thinking time clock. Well, Steve was here for that.
Right.
That discussion on the real-time pay, and everyone's kind of decided that it's gonna be too hard, because at the end of the year, we're gonna be short, and so they said, let's wait till we get the time clocks in, and then try to get the real-time pay. Because we can narrow that window much easier with the time clock system than we can by estimating it out.
Okay.
So,
It was really a good meeting. There was really a lot of good input from those people. They just want to make it as easy as possible for everyone. And the problem with that other one, Jess, was it wouldn't work for everyone. It just wasn't gonna work.
Well, and that's my concern. My concern is, are any of them gonna work?
This one,
What we have.
This one, I think, and Angie can, and I haven't worked with them, but just from my perception is it's going to be an easier product to work with a little better support, I think.
well, and with some of the other counties around us using it, that's.
Right, and that was another thing, were the other counties around us, and that included the sheriff's office and the road department, and they also.
And they did comp time as well? That's a big catch, is the comp time, or overtime.
I don't know.
I can't really
What time
remember,
is the
which,
meeting?
tomorrow is at 10.
Hey, you know what, I'll be down here. I got a fiber board meeting tomorrow from 9 to 10.
Okay.
If you can't make it.
No,
I'll
if you
come
can
down.
catch it, I just think it's important that someone be there with
Yes.
the heads.
Yeah.
I just really think their input is really important.
Well, sure it is, but my big thing is, a lot of people did away with comp time.
Right. But on the comp time, I think the comp time is, my perception of is that they like the comp time over the overtime. And the problem with the overtime, is that it can really screw up a budget.
It sure can,
Where the comp time is very workable.
Right.
I think one of the things on the comp time was, and I'm not sure where this came from, was it having to be used within that pay period. And that was a real issue. That was a real issue. I'll just use Todd Bemis for a case. He lets them keep up to 80 hours of comp time, but used within a year or 6 months to a year, something like that. That's the way he's always done it, and I assume that it's worked well. I just feel like the comp time is the way that they would prefer. Isn't that what you got, Angie?
Yeah, some of them it is, because it does help save on the budget.
On the budget.
And then, but having a little bit more of a window to be able to use it in.
Yeah.
Because sometimes there's so much going on, they
You know,
can't get
whether
enough.
it's 3 months or 6 months or whatever.
Yeah.
And I think Todd has got his situation out there handled quite well.
I think you can do that in a lower employee environment, but when you start working with like Road and Bridge, that has so many employees, and you got so many vacations, you got so much this, so much that, you could have 5 people gone.
You could. And
For
again,
a month.
And I guess I
You have 10% of your people's gonna be gone on any given day, vacation, sick leave,
Yeah.
and everything, at least 10%.
And then
That's one of
you-
their issues.
Then you throw piling in comp time on top of that 6 months down the road, and
and quite honestly, I'm not sure the Road and Bridge, I can't remember what their input was on that.
I think they did overtime
They did overtime.
on theirs.
On theirs.
Road and Bridge does overtime on theirs?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really?
But you take our payroll of $7 million right now. 1% of 70,000. I'd almost bet you the time and a half in a year's time be less than 1% of that.
Probably.
Less than 70%. So it's, to me, it's insignificant on our budget.
And you're probably right.
That's less than 1%.
I guess the comp time versus overtime, I'm not sure how. For one department, comp time works really well. For another department, your overtime works well. And
But here's the other thing, can you throw everything out the window because one department wants to do comp time and all the other departments are doing overtime?
No.
How many departments are currently doing comp time?
Well, I think most departments would do
Which
comp
most
time.
departments
Cause like
basically
even like
don't have any
mine,
comp, or don't have any extra time either.
most, but, well, like Wade, I think his office does comp time.
Wade does comp time, right?
I do in my office.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I can't deny them if they want the overtime, because that's by law.
Sure.
But if everybody takes comp time for election
And comp
time.
time works well for.
Yeah.
How many hours of comp time does your office have?
Well, it's equivalent to the hours, like if it's, so if your overtime time and a half, then they get time and a half comp time.
Comp time.
It has
So
to
they
be
get 8
equivalent.
hours, they get
So they're
12.
getting the same benefit?
Yes.
Basically?
In time.
Okay,
In
yeah,
time,
that was
right,
my question.
right.
It's not paying them more one way than the
Yeah,
other.
you can't.
Actually.
Yeah.
There's just no taxes out.
Yeah,
They don't get the tax penalty of overtime on a paycheck.
Right.
right, okay.
It may be one of those decisions where we gotta put our foot down and go one way or the other.
Well, and I think that's the crossroad that we're possibly at, cause I just don't know. I don't wanna be the naming naysayer, but.
Well, I don't either, but.
I'd like to see them avoid the tax if they can.
Right.
That works, but.
But I'd almost bet you the time and a half, if everybody was forced to take time and a half, it'd be less than 1% of our total. Definitely less than 2. It takes a lot of dollars to time and a half get up to 70 grand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So even we'd like to stay within our budget, but we got more than that built into our budget, so.
Of cushion.
Pardon?
Of cushion.
Yeah, be a lot more than that.
You'll
Yeah,
catch
you'll
it
be
tomorrow,
there.
yes.
Yeah, I'll catch it, yeah,
Right.
yeah. If you would, send me a message
Okay.
to remind
And
me.
again, if you
tomorrow.
can, I can, but if you can, that'd be good.
If I'm already gonna be in
That'd be
town.
great.
I mean, I know you was here at the last one, and
But that's fine, I just think it's important that someone be there, just
That is good.
to hear.
See, I could be there tomorrow too, but I know Wade would prefer not over one day.
Yeah.
He likes to see it, no
Right.
problem.
Well, and if I'm already gonna be in town, there's no sense in somebody else wasting gas to get here.
That's fine.
Unless you absolutely want to. If you absolutely want to, have at it.
No, it's not that.
I sat in on that
I'm just-
department head meeting here 2 or 3 weeks ago, and the department head, I thought, did a great job at voicing their opinions
too.
and voicing their opinions.
I do too. I've sat on two of them now, and it's just a good sounding board. I mean, you get the feel of where they're coming from, of where
Right.
those department heads are coming from.
And we're here to be good listeners.
And we are, and we need to be good.
And we can't follow everything that.
No, but it just shows a different perspective out there that we're not seeing maybe.
Right.
Because they work with these folks on a regular
Right,
basis.
right, that's,
And it may not hurt for all of you to attend one at one point in
Yeah.
time, just
Mhm.
to.
Yeah, it really, they have a lot of good input.
yeah, I'd like to go if I can tomorrow.
Yeah.
Steve, you got any roundtable discussion?
That was the only thing that I had, was just, sat in the meeting with Angie and Wade, and I don't have anything else.
Okay. Dawn, do you have anything?
I think we've covered everything today, Jesse, that I'm aware of.
Mr. Wade?
I'm good.
I have nothing else.
Angie has nothing else, and I don't have anything else. That was my question. I guess we don't have anything else. We'll adjourn at 3:42.
All right.
Flip the switch, we're out of here.
Well, you did